It is 5:31 on September 27th. This is a meeting of the Board of Commissioners. If you would join me initially in a moment of silent reflection before we get going. Thank you. Thank you. If you join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nakagiri.
Here.
Commissioner Griffith.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Reeder. Here. Commissioner Helserman.
Here.
Commissioner Drick.
Here.
Commissioner Zajac is absent. Commissioner Gross
Here.
and Commissioner Plank.
I'm present. Due to medical conditions, I will be participating remotely from Green Oak Township in Livingston County, Michigan.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have correspondence. We actually have three pieces of correspondence, one from Muskegon County, one from Roscommon County, one from Tuscola County. I'm looking for a motion to receive and place on file.
So moved. Griffith.
Support Helserman.
Motion by Commissioner Griffith, support by Commissioner Helserman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes. Next up on the agenda are some 2022 budget presentations. And first up is a budget presentation from our 911 Central Dispatch. I don't see Chad. Oh, is Chad on? Okay. Mr. Director Tuning.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for allowing me to do this virtual due to my training schedule I'm at. So Cindy, are you gonna share our thing or do I need to?
Hillary is going to share it. Hillary, I have just changed it, so you should be able to share.
Okay. Moving through, this is our 911 function stuff of, what we do on a daily basis, along with our mission statement is to assist in the safety and quality of life of people in Livingston County by coordinating a comprehensive all hazard response operation plan. Our vision, is to provide the best service to the residents along with our public safety partners. I'm gonna kind of skim through this because it's more covered in our annual report. Our functions that are dispatch, all the police, fire, EMS, along with on-call services for other county agencies that work within our realm of helping provide ongoing customer service for citizens and responders during call management. Pretty much our goals and objectives, we're going to maintain our accreditations in emergency medical dispatch, emergency police dispatch, emergency fire dispatch. Over the last year, we've increased our community outreach for education and understanding. We're currently evaluating, our infrastructure of the county radio and tower systems to make upgrades and provide better coverage. But we're also evaluating the current 911 phone system to make the needed upgrades, as technology is changing. Just some quick highlights through 2020. We'll cover a little bit more. Our staff were able to answer the 911 calls in less than 10 seconds, 97% of the time. We dispatched 166,045 of total calls. Over all of our protocols for the year, our customer service rating, because they're graded How they handled the call, how they talked with callers, the feedback and grading was 98.27% in customer service ratings. We'll cover a little bit of this chart in our annual report. The one thing I wanted to point out is you see our workload for our training and stuff. The average dispatcher is 296 per dispatcher. For our accreditation, continuing ed and stuff. You can kind of see as a new person comes on in their 18 months, they get 992 hours per dispatcher. And then it kind of falls for the senior people once they have all the mandated classes to about 76 hours per dispatcher over the 2 years. So we do a lot of training, continuing education. There's our ratings and stuff. And overall, you know, we answer all the 911 calls in under 20 seconds, 99% of the time. So really the total operating cost for us per resident for, you know, 2020 through our thing comes out to about $22 per resident. We don't see much of a change moving forward. And one thing we'll cover in our annual report you'll see is our call volume changed drastically in 2020 due to COVID. So a little bit about what we do. Our dispatch service is 13 police agencies, 10 fire departments, an EMS department, District 1 Medical Coalition, and we're also the Michigan Mavis Division 3101's dispatch center for all the fire departments. We monitor 9 radio towers, include 1 state 800 tower. We have a total of 37 dispatch positions. At the end of 2020, we had only 2 positions open at the end of 2020. The staff, we participate in a lot of dispatch groups, including Michigan NENA, Michigan APCO, Michigan Directors, Communications Directors Association. And all these groups are the ones that deal with the national groups that give us a heads up on changes that are coming nationally or locally so we can make our adjustments. Throughout the year, we did participate in some public safety open houses for the fire departments. We worked with emergency management on some drills and exercise, school emergency preparedness. We did reach out and do some college presentations to try to recruit some dispatchers, kind of looking outside. We participated in some job fairs. So for our 2020 stats, we took in just under 73,000 inbound 911 calls, 107,365 of non-emergency for a total of 180,316. As you can see from 2019, it really dropped, over 28,000 requests coming in non-emergency and emergency from 2019. The calls were just decreased because of COVID. People weren't moving. They were a little bit down. Some of our nature were up, but the majority of them were down. We continue to exceed the NENA standard of the 98% of lines in less than 10 seconds, 99 and 20 seconds. The next part of this is our protocols that we processed through protocol. So when the people called in, to give them help, give them instructions. As you can see, the numbers were drastically down. Our police, was down 7,000. Medical was down 1,900, and fire dispatch, the ones that were processed through were down 1178 through that process. And so when we looked at that thing is when COVID started in 2020, we actually broke the center into 2 different centers. Half of our staff was working out of a backup center, half was at the main center. So it was pretty challenging for us to coordinate and have the communication back and forth. The radio operators were in the backup. The call takers were actually in our center. So we processed a lot less calls and dispatched a lot less calls due to COVID. So looking at how the volume broke down for 2020, as you can see, 82% of our jobs are with the police side of the business. 13% is EMS, 5% is fire. So when you did a comparison between the two, you can kind of see how it dropped from 19 to 20. With how things are going now and what we're seeing, we're probably going to be back up to around the 2019 numbers by the end of this year, with the upticks we're seeing of calls coming in and that. So for us, just kind of touches back, we do the public emergency alert system. We dispatch out the police special response team, hazmat, tech rescue dive teams, in the District 1 regional correlation. For 2020, some of our achievements, we got reaccredited in emergency dispatch. The new 911 facility was completed, all the construction. We established a public relation committee to be more involved in the community events and public education for 911 by reaching out. And we also implemented a VHF microwave infrastructure for fire paging, which now gives us 2 backups. We're going over microwave primary. The microwave has an issue, it automatically reverts back to the fiber connection. So that tower has 2 connections back to us. If one fails, it flips automatically back and forth. Our goals for 2021, we did resubmit for accreditation for EPD, which we just got notified the end of last week that we were approved. So that is off our list for another 3 years. We're starting our submission now for reaccreditation for EFD that's due in February of 2022. And it takes us about 4 months to get the accreditation paperwork and everything they're required through the 20 steps to get approved for that process. In 2021, we're looking at opening a backup center with the appropriate phone systems. We're working on that project as we speak to get preliminary numbers and ideas so we can bring them forward at the appropriate time. And again, we just continue to evaluate our communication infrastructure for needs of emergency responses. Any questions on that?
Questions? No, you're good to keep going.
Okay. So for the budget part, our primary is delivering 911 services. This slide kind of just talks about the receiving and processing of calls, who they're handed out to, dispatch all the police and fire, and the response teams. We do that. Severe weather activations when appropriate, or we get the information to do that. Our communication infrastructure, text to 911 is out there. Tech rescue team, Smart 911, is part of the rave for paging. And then obviously Mavis 3101 for there. Looking at our revenue, is all done through the 911 surcharge. So we have a little bit of interest in there of 7,000, it looks like. But predominantly, we're funded through the 911 surcharge that is collected monthly on everybody's cell phone bills, cell phones, anything that has to do with wireless or landline gets collected. Looking at our 2022 operation budget, it's kind of broke down. 1.2 million is going to be for operating. Salaries is a big part of it. The 2.4, along with our benefits of the 973. So our total request for this year is 4,693,000. And we're going to continue with our current FTE account, at this point in time. A lot of our budget drivers, as you can see, training's a small part out of this part of the budget, because we get some money from the state to maintain our certifications, which comes out, of different funds. Travel, because a lot of our requirement in our classes to maintain our certifications, sometimes we have instructors that come in, but we do have to travel, to wherever the class and who needs the certification at that time to stay current with the state mandate training, but also our accreditation stuff. Then facility management, our cost allocation, to the county. And then, a big one for us is IT. We're predominantly heavy in IT, with all of our technologies and, the stuff that we need to provide to the residents, such as text to 911, computers, CAD systems, conductivity to the responders, MDCs in their cars, and to our towers and stuff that, gives us fair head warnings that, the tower is going to go down or whatever, so we can start making plans. Over our 5-year budget, you can see we're kind of been up and down. Some of it, a lot of it has been the building of the building. And then we've kind of tapered back out a little bit for 20 and 21. We got just a slight increase just due to some of the stuff we're looking at with the aging of the equipment and the towers and stuff like that, that is coming to end of life that we're going to need to replace so we can stay communicating with the fire departments and paging and repair the towers. This is our enhanced revenue fund. It comes in through what the state collects on 911. We get roughly about 378,000, out of there that is used, for a lot of these projects. It helps subsidize our training and keeps us moving forward with different costs that works out of the main budget. Again, operating 378,000. This is predominantly the budget that we pay all of our big contracts out of, our tower contracts, our tower maintenance contracts, our state contracts, predominantly come out of this line item, just so we can keep them separate and under control and out of the other line items. This one, you can see, kind of goes up and down. 2018, we had a big expense with, moving getting the building ready to move and buying the right equipment to support that. And we're going to be up slightly in 2022's request, just due to the stuff that we need to operate in the tower thing. Is, like I said, the towers are coming to end of life. Some of them are end of life. So that's projects that are going to probably come out of this at some point. The training revenue is from the state. We get so much per dispatcher. They have a huge budget, and how that we get our money from that is we fill out forms. It says we have this many full-time dispatchers. The state takes the full-time dispatcher rate for the whole state, takes that pot, divides it up. I think this year we got roughly about $645 per dispatcher. from the state for this training fund to help cover some of our training needs that's required by the state and also our requirements for our certifications. Same breakdown. As you can see on this training fund, we have 2 years to spend these funds. We do real well because of the level of service we provide with the accreditations and that. We don't have any problem spending this money year by year out. It doesn't take us the 2 years to spend it between the state mandates and our accreditation continuing ed. Any questions?
Questions for commissioners?
I have a question.
No, thank you very much, Director Tuning.
All right, thank you and have a good night.
Commissioner Nakagiri, I believe Commissioner Plank had a question.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Just real quick, in the 2022 operating budget, do you foresee additional costs for any type of new software to assist with your 911 activities? Is there anything new coming out that you've got your eye on that you haven't budgeted for?
no, there's no new software for technology for us. I mean, we're up to the next gen 911 upgrades already that is coming out. There's not anything for us that's coming out as a cost. We're kind of ahead of that curve. I know a lot of people are starting to launch what 3 words that we launched, earlier in the year at the end of last year, technology wise, that, they're kind of getting charged for now, where we're under the free contract with them being the first. There's nothing that we see coming down the pipe at this point, unless, something changes at the state level. But I have not heard anything from the state level of anything changing as far as the requirements for us to move forward.
Okay, thanks, Chad. I was just checking.
Yep.
Anybody else? All righty, thank you. Sheriff Murphy.
Yeah, so I too, like Director Tuning, would like to thank you for the opportunity to brag on our office a little bit. The first slide here, I just want to point out on the field services side of the house, we're broken down into 3 sections: uniform services, investigative services, and special services. That's what we call them. On the jail side of the house, we're operational, transport, and support. And then we also have animal control as well. Next slide. Core values there. We really, since becoming sheriff, I've tried to make a culture change at the office. And these are the 3 things that we focus on: integrity, respect, and accountability. And it's starting to pay off. People are buying into that. Next slide. I'm going to go a little faster than Chad did because we're in front of you guys enough. I think you're pretty well up to speed on most things, but again, I want to take an opportunity to brag just a little bit. So this next slide, 14,000 plus calls for service that were self-initiated. So Chad mentioned the numbers that come through his office that are dispatched. These are actual numbers where a deputy sees something and goes, maybe that looks a little crazy. Maybe I better check that out. 71% of our emergency priority 1 calls are answered within 5 minutes. And then we issued a total of 3,000 tickets. Just a quick editorial on the 3,000 tickets. The biggest complaint we hear is traffic and speed and people driving reckless and careless. And then the second biggest complaint is we write too many tickets. So it's a no-win. There you go. The program measures, I'm going to slip by that one. The next, if we can go to animal control, you guys can look at that at your leisure. I want to, just for the newer commissioners, once upon a time, animal control had some pretty significant turnover in a couple of years. And frankly, it was a little bit of a mess. and they wanted the sheriff's office to take that over. And I said, I don't want anything to do with the shelter end of it, but we'll be happy to take care of the law enforcement end of it because that's our wheelhouse. I don't know nothing about a shelter. So that's exactly what happened. So it's been a great fit. Those two deputies have done a phenomenal job. So that's the history there. And then the assist to the health department on that note is a lot of times when our guys go to these animal complaints, it tends to be, I don't want to say a lot, but a number of times, there tends to be like a hoarding issue too, right? So then the health department gets involved, or the health department will go out for whatever reason, see what's going on there with, 250,000 cats and give us a call. So that's the assist there. If we could go to mission statement and core values, we already talked about that. So if we go to the field services slide. Yeah, that one right there. The township contracts speak for itself, right? That's money that we generate through our contracts with Putnam Township and Tyrone Township. So that's, you can see, is pretty straightforward. That's a pass through. As far as, I'm sorry, that's not a pass through. That's actual revenue gained. That green line really is just a pass through. So it shows as revenue, but there's also an expense side that's going to match with that, right? So those things, there's a number of things that fall under that contract. Policing, so we do a lot of subdivision patrols. They're having an issue with speeding. We charge them $60 an hour. We'll sit there for 3-4 hours, watch a stop sign, whatever. The schools utilize us when they have like a senior party or dance, or they get a bomb threat or that type of stuff. Easy Riders, the fair. This will be the Luke Bryan concert that we just had. That will fall into that contract services. But again, it's just a pass through. Next slide. These numbers, I just want to point out, because I know you're going to ask, 2019, 20, and 21, there's a significant dollar increase on the yellow side of the house. So the green is the Marshals revenue that obviously we house Marshal prisoners. There's a few things why those numbers are a little bit out of whack, and it's all money that was transferred in. A couple bucks out of capital campaign or capital improvement. There was a significant chunk that was dumped in as a result of our phone contract with our vendor being that contract being extended. So that explains the spike there in those 3 years, but you can see we'll be back down to somewhat normal 2022. Next slide. The Marshals, speaking of the Marshals contract, it's always a crapshoot. But I will say this, if you look at those numbers from May 20 to January 21, we had some large numbers. And the reason for that is frankly, because we run a good ship. My staff is phenomenal in the jail. The Marshals had faith in us that we were doing the right thing with all the with COVID going on and all the things that were changing on a minute-to-minute basis, basically. So that's a big feather in our cap, I think. Year-to-date, we're averaging 60. That's where we're at year-to-date. We budgeted for 62. You can see the numbers are dropping off there a little bit, but when that gets out, June, July, August, they'll get back up to like 70. So again, it's kind of a crapshoot what we end up with. Next one. I already mentioned that, the 3 divisions of the sheriff's office. Go to the general. Next one. Yeah. There's a few that I want to point out there. The 892 warrant requests. A lot of people locked down during COVID, and we did to some degree. We changed the way we did business, but still almost 900 requests submitted, 644 being authorized. And then the 1,700 crashes were investigated. That's actually down because there wasn't a ton of driving going on. 2021 is going to be pretty significant. But one thing I wanted to point out there is the number of hours. In our world, when the call gets dispatched or self-initiated and you go there and you leave that scene, that's not where it stops, right? The investigation, the paperwork, all that stuff, it's really just a starting point. And I think a lot of people lose sight of that. So there's a lot of time, energy, and effort that goes into the follow-up on these calls, especially if it's a significant crash. And then the big red barrel, that's something that just still amazes me. We're at 2,200 pounds this year, or for 2020, over 10,000 since the program started. And it just slays me that there's still that much unused medication out there, but there is. Jail services, I explained that one too, was already broke up in 3 sections. So if we can go to one more, perfect. I just want to point out a couple of things there too. If you look at the larger chart, the MDOC inmates about halfway down. For 2019, it's 1077, and then for 2020, it's 3,059. The reason for that increase is directly related to COVID. So the Department of Corrections had a huge outbreak statewide, and they essentially refused to take prisoners, even though they've been sentenced to prison, which was kind of interesting. But at any rate, that explains the big spike there. The sentenced, 3 up from the bottom, that's indicative of the courts being closed down, right? They weren't having trials and they weren't sentencing anybody. If you look at the top right there, 70 federal inmates is what we averaged in 2020, and again, it's the reason because they have faith in our facility. And then lastly, the 4711 number in the bottom right, total books and release, again, directly related to COVID. And then the misconduct report, about halfway down, I just wanted to bring your attention to that too, 59. That's down significantly, as you can see. But again, that was COVID related. Everybody, even the inmates, kind of towed the line a little bit there in the beginning and behaved themselves. So next one. So this, this does not reflect our demographics in the county, right? But the reason that I say that is because you got to remember that it's where the crime is committed, right? So we have I haven't looked statistically recently, but we're about 50% Livingston County residents and about 50% out of county residents when it comes to folks that are in the Murphy Marriott. Next one. So a couple down there, the K-9 develop K-9 program, and then the countywide training consortium. We have Deputy Jeff Kreisen, who just received his National Master Trainer certificate. That's a huge deal in the dog world. We're very, 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 very fortunate to have him. He's trained all of our dogs, so it saves us a significant amount of money because he's in-house and he's good. He's one of the best in the nation. So very fortunate there. And then the countywide training consortium, we're working our way towards that. The idea there is that, we show up, state police show up, Hamburg Township shows up, whoever shows up, we've all been trained the same, right? We all know what we're doing. And the benefit too is that each department will have trainers in specific areas, right? So we don't have to have all the trainers. They don't have to have all the trainers. So it just goes to show how well public safety in this county works together. I know you guys have heard me preach that before, but it's the truth. That doesn't happen everywhere. Next one. So the one big goal I want to point out here is the next generation of leaders. One of the things that we're looking at real hard is succession planning. Not just for the administrative staff, but even down further. I mean, we're going to have a huge brain drain here, and we want to be able to make sure that that gets filled, but then we also continue to develop by mentoring people for the future. So not just get through this next 3 or 4 years, but really set it up nice for the future. Next one. So this is our detective bureau. You guys, again, you can read the stuff, but they were able to do telework solutions, which was a little bit odd for them to be able to do that because we tested our ability to be nimble, to be able to shift on the fly, whatever you want to say. And we're all creatures of habit, right? And especially with cops, I'll tell you a little secret. So there's two things that cops really hate: the way things are and change. So, and then the sheriff's office, we also added a new media platform and with Ring app, and that's been very successful too in helping us solve some crimes. Yeah, unglazed donuts too. Well, kind of like powder, but anyways, the detective bureau, I think you guys know, we brought the letter of understanding to the board not too long ago. We were able to sign that, get that signed. So we're going to have some flexibility in the detective bureau, number one, but number two, we'll also have a rotating position in there. And what that's going to do is I'm a huge believer in being able to move staff around so they can see things from the other side. Because if you just do what you've always done, you always get what you always got, that old saying, right? And you always think that somebody else has it better. In this way, these guys will be able to spend a couple years in the detective bureau, 3-4 years, whatever, come back out, and those skills will transfer to be out on the field services side. And again, that goes with the whole succession planning. Next one. Yeah, give me one more. So in 2020, we received 2 inmates that tested positive that were outside, that came from an outside facility. They were immediately quarantined. So we've not had even though we've had a number of jail deputies have COVID, we didn't have any inmates that contracted COVID within the jail. And I don't know this for sure, but I think we're probably the only county in the state that can say that. And then the other thing is we added a second canine. That was a donation. And again, going back to Deputy Christen in the training, people say, well, why do what do you need a dog in the jail for? You're not going to have to track anybody or anything. No, that's true. But when contraband comes in the jail, that's a bad day for us. And we had our first Suboxone hit, I don't know, about 2 months ago, I guess. So that'll fall in 2021's report. But at the end of the day, that would have ended up in the facility, more than likely resulting in somebody overdosing. So good for our guys. Next. So this ad vending machines kind of might sound a little bit funny, but we were a little concerned about that in the beginning too, with the inmates messing with it. But there's one thing in the jail world that you don't mess with, and that's the inmates' food. That's really all they've got. So they don't see the humor in that, and they police themselves very, very, very well on the vending machines, and don't let anybody mess with them. So that's been a pretty significant revenue generator, actually. And the way that works is they have an account, right? When they have money in there, and they just punch in their account number and push the Snickers and it spits out. The other bonus to this is the stuff that's in the vending machine is not available through commissary. So they also have commissary as well. And then all of that money goes back to inmate services or inmate commissary account to be used for inmate stuff. And I think we all know the story with the jail inmate teacher. That's how that's paid for. And then there's others too. So hiring some new deputies. We're in the process. We're like everybody, trying to get some folks hired. And then staff achievements, if you could go to the next one. Yeah, so Deputy Christen, I already mentioned him once. He was our Field Services Deputy of the Year. Vincent John, our Jail Services Deputy of the Year. Dave Lohr, our Civilian Employee of the Year. And Sergeant Terry Davis was our Leader of the Year. Then we had a couple of promotions. The reason that I wanted to mention that specifically was because there's a awards panel that's set up. So these are all folks that are, these are brought forward by their peers. So this is our people saying this is our type of person that we want to recognize as being the Deputy of the Year or Leader of the Year, whatever. So a few hires there. Some of these guys, that's next slide. Yeah, some of them look a little bit old, like the two down in the bottom there. Yes, they're old. They don't work the road. So, or they're, what is it? Age, I don't know. not politically correct, they're old. Anyways, they work over at the court services. Programs, revenue, I'm gonna skip through. You guys have seen all of our revenue forecasts and stuff before. You saw the memo. I did have one that I wanted to mention here. Probably should have had that pulled out. Yeah. I can't find it, so. We saw, you guys saw this before, and again, you saw the budget memo, so unless there's any questions, but I did want to just add a couple more things. So the sheet that I handed out before the meeting, that's a historical look back of our numbers of employees. And if you look at, I'm gonna, in Commissioner Smith's words, I'm gonna use some fuzzy cop math, so bear with me a second. But if you look at our part-time civilian and our court services deputies that are actually, the court services deputies are the part-timers that work the doors at the law center, Brighton Court, and the judicial center. So if you take that 13 and that 18, and then animal control, I told you the story behind that. That's the two that we absorbed or took over. That's 33. So if you go back to 2005 and you add those part-time positions in the two court deputy positions, you come up with 168, which is where we're at today. So I think I can make a pretty strong argument that we haven't grown since 2005. And if you look at the numbers, you see where a lot of those came from. A lot of those were deputies on the field services side, but also we did in 2014, you'll see a significant increase in the number of corrections officers and then the number of sergeants. That's on the corrections side of the house, and that came with the jail expansion. So I know employees are expensive, but I think we've been extremely conservative with our staffing, and we have really continually tried to look at doing things better, all the time and how we can get it done. So how'd that fuzzy math work out for you? Right? Not bad, huh? Right. There's just a couple other things that I wanted to mention too that don't show up in this report. But will be with the annual report. And I'm going to leave this manila envelope with Clerk Hundley as a drive for all of you for our annual report. We'll get it up on our website as well too. And there's one in there for Nathan and Cindy. But 22% civil and domestic calls up in 2020, 64% mental calls in 2020 directly related to COVID, no question. We started an Explorers program once upon a time. It's probably been in effect now about 10 years. The whole idea behind that was to give young people an opportunity that thought they wanted to go into law enforcement to get some exposure and realize maybe that wasn't their career path, right? So if we can do that before they go to college and spend a ton of money, then that's a win for everybody. And we this year we picked up 2 Explorers that are in the field services side of the house. So that was kind of a cool deal. Overdoses, again, up for 2020, 133 countywide. We investigated 53. There was 31 fatalities out of that 133, and 16 of those were investigated by the sheriff's office. So last but not least, I just want to say this. I have I got the best staff in the world. It's from the deputy that empties the trash right on up to the guy sitting to my left. I couldn't be happier with the staff that we've got. The old saying goes, hire people better than you and smarter than you. And that didn't take a whole lot, by the way, but, and then good things will happen. Turn them loose, let them do their job. And that's what we've done. And yeah, it's been great. So the ability for us to shift on the fly as fast as we have done I'll be the first one to tell you, everybody was so happy to close the books on 2020, right? 21's got to be better. Well, crap. I almost like to go back to 20 again. That's how crazy this whole thing's got. But my staff never wavered. They knew what the mission was. They knew what they needed to get done. There was no drama. We just took care of business. So again, that's everybody. So hats off to my staff. That's all I got. I'll entertain questions.
Questions from commissioners? I got a couple.
Sure.
One, that proportion of, I'll say criminals that are from in the county and out of the county, I think you said is about 50-50. Has that changed much over the years, or that's pretty stable number?
In the 30 years that I've been here, it's changed significantly. Probably not a ton in the last 15-ish, but early on, I mean, we were Mayberry, right? Otis came in drunk on Friday and left sober on Sunday, and, we knew where Otis lived. And, it was kind of wild. Yeah.
So it's been pretty stable in
In recent history, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And one other question, the misconduct, is there any, on a percentage basis, do you see any differences between, our prisoners and the feds prisoners in terms of percent of,
It's funny you mention that because they will, it's our guys, believe it or not. It's the locals. The feds, that's an interesting group of inmates because a lot of them are career criminals. Okay, I mean, we've got people in there for homicide, conspiracy to commit, conspiracy to move boatloads of drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's their job, right? I mean, that's their business. And they know if they get caught that they're going to spend some time. It's just a cost of doing business. So they go along with the program. They just don't want to make it too much tougher on themselves. It's the locals that tend to be the turds.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you
With a
very
broad
much.
brush, of course, but yes. All right. Anybody else?
Cool. We're good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
Next up is Therese Cormonti, Emergency Management.
Good evening, Commissioners. I need the microphone, don't I? I'm happy to be here to present on 2020, the lost year. I have no idea what happened at the end. No, it was a tough year. And I woke up in 2021 and said, what the heck happened? A lot happened. It was really overwhelming. I think it was overwhelming for everybody. It was very overwhelming for emergency management. I want to start actually because the most important thing that you need to know about emergency management is our mission. And I think that sums it up very nicely. So I'm going to just kind of read it to you. To protect the Livingston County community through preparedness, planning, and information sharing, prepare for, prevent, respond to, mitigate, and recover from disasters, emergencies, and threats to our county and our region. I'm going to tell you that pretty much sums it up. That's my everyday life, and there's a lot of ways that we do that, and I will explain that in our presentation that I hope. It was truly tested in 2020 with the COVID event, with some civil unrest that came to the county and luckily didn't get out of hand, and then everything else that was everyday business that was still expected to be completed and was. So next slide, please. So as you can see, we have a lot of different highlights there. We constantly have little pokes in the nose from Mother Nature, be it windstorms, power outages, flooding. We have a lot of things that happen that require my attention on top of everything else. But some of the more important things that we do, and I'll just hit the highlights, is last year, we were still able to stay up with, update, and complete 14 different plans for our county. And that's very important because when we have these events that occur, such as COVID or a storm, or as we like to say, any hazard, all hazards is what we're preparing for. Those plans are what we go to. And just earlier this year, a couple months ago, I brought before you the emergency operations plan. Well, that was not updated overnight. That took weeks to do, to go through, to get signatures, to finalize, to make sure that we had the right information in there and redacted the information that was no longer valuable or appropriate for that plan. So those plans are living documents. They are constantly in need of our attention. We also have 10 jurisdictions within this county, 9 actually, but I'm sure after the next census, it'll be 10. Spoiler alert for 21. But right now we have 9. And if those jurisdictions are over 10,000, they are required to have what we call an emergency support plan. So as you can imagine, 9 different jurisdictions, all with their own plan, they need our help. That's not their everyday world, but it is my everyday world. And if things become overwhelming for them on their end, they come up to the county. That's the next level. All disasters and emergencies are local. So we'll start out at a township or a city or a village, but it will quickly overrun the resources and run right into the county resources. And that's why we are so important to them. The SEP plans are very important because if they are over 10,000 and something happens within that community or jurisdiction and they do not have that plan in place and they are not in collaboration with the emergency manager on the county level, they will not be able to receive resources and they may not be able to, in fact, they won't be able to recoup any reimbursement if they are eligible for it. So it's a very important thing to make sure that not only are we prepared on the county level, but that our jurisdictions, all 20 within our county, are prepared along with us. And that is my oversight. 256 people trained. I will tell you that is a miracle. It is also a very small number. 2020, we took a huge loss on number of people trained. And the reason for that is we lost a lot of in-person. But you'll see maybe in our budget measures later that our trainings were up. And the one thing that was good that came out of COVID was virtual training. So we were able to still conduct and take part in different types of training that is also required within the emergency management discipline. However, because of that, it's difficult to account for all the people that are within that training, especially if it's a federal training or a state training. Even if I'm facilitating, it's difficult to get an accurate number. So the numbers are reduced in 20, hopefully will be a little bit higher in 21. And I'll tell you, we were at our zenith in 2019 before all of this hit. We were just a locomotive going downhill. It was great. Came to an abrupt stop in 2020. We had other things. As of 2020, we have 2 social media platforms. We do have Twitter and we do have Facebook. We try to get out relevant information about weather, about safety tips, anything that would help the public to prepare. We tell them about events such as our Preparedness Expo that comes every fall. So we like to put that information out. In 2020, we had a total of 33,105 last count at the end of the year. We are above that now. So our social media platforms do continue to grow. We do continue to put relevant information on them a couple times a week, and sometimes there are weeks that are busier than others, but we certainly like to make sure that people are reading our stuff and paying attention to some things to help them prepare. Next slide, please. So these are our program measures, and I can go through all these numbers. What I will tell you, what I thought was interesting is though we had a reduction in many of those numbers, we did have an increase in actual exercises and an increase in actual training. It was just difficult to account for the numbers of people that were reached in those. Those were really the only thing that increased. Everything else decreased a little bit, but we had our hands full dealing with the COVID event. Next slide, please. So here's the goals that we did meet in 2020. And as you can see, there's a list there. So other than dealing with COVID and some of the other events, we actually met some of our goals. And we set goals every year. My planner, Christy, and I, who some of you have met, sit down in January and we say, what is important to us this year? And what is how do we prioritize those? Our priority also often gets shuffled, but we usually get right back to it. We continued to do a lot of things virtually, like our local emergency planning committee, training and exercises, even for the schools. And then we got a brand new public alerting system. We went from Everbridge, which was a wonderful system, but they kind of priced themselves out of our range. And went with another system that spoke to our Smart 911. I worked very closely with Central Dispatch to make sure that we got the best system we could afford for as long as we could afford. So we got a lengthy contract at a very good price so that we could continue our public alerting, which is a very important platform. That platform for public alerting not only works for our local issues, should, emergencies or disasters, we can localize it to something within maybe a community or within a neighborhood or county-wide. It's a kind of a neat system. But it, more importantly, is a platform that we can utilize for IPAWS, which is the national communication system. So if there is something on the national federal level, then a message needed to come across, that's the platform that it comes across. Next slide, please. So organization affiliations, part of emergency management. Not only is being the wind beneath the wings of the local disciplines and agencies, and like I say, it's silent and invisible, but holds everybody up. We also have to network with other community partners and also with other state and federal level. So some of the things that we do, Regional Homeland Security Planning Board, I am currently the chairperson. I'm sorry, I was the chairperson of that. I did a 5-year run on it. And I stepped down and we have another chairperson for 21, but that's the story for 21. Local Emergency Planning Committee chairperson, we have many partners that take part in that. Commissioners are always welcome. Let me say that again. At any of my meetings, commissioners are always welcome. And if you would like an invitation, please let me know and I will make sure that you get one. But we sit down and we discuss things that are local importance for emergencies, disasters, planning, mitigation, you name it. We have those discussions. We have partners in the private sector. Gordon Food Service has been a wonderful partner for us. The energy sector, DTE Consumers, also have partners that sit on that board with us. And we have discussions about what is occurring, what we're planning for, or any concerns that we have about things coming up. Local planning team, chairperson for that. That is a smaller contingent of the LEPC. That's where we make funding decisions through Homeland Security grant funds that we receive for projects. And we can talk about more of that in a second. And then other memberships, I'm currently the president for the Michigan Emergency Managers Association. My term will end this year in December 31st. I declined a nomination to continue and be elected. It's been a wonderful 2 years, but very busy. And I'd like to focus more locally again. International Association of Emergency Managers, IAEM. We are able to speak with other emergency managers, not only nationwide, but around the world. Very interesting. And then our incident management team, or IMT, I am part of that. And they are a great partner in large events or disasters, especially pre-planned events. Again, spoiler alert for 21, but they had a huge hand in helping with the planning for the Luke Bryan concert that we just had. But they were also instrumental in some of the planning that went on during COVID. Next slide, please. Communications, huge for emergency management. And by the way, that's the first system that will fail in any disaster or emergency. So we always put them right up front. But we did have our public notification system, which I've already talked about, our social media, which I've already talked about, our local media. We are a very good partnership with WHMI. They are part of our LEPC. They show up at those meetings, and it's very good to have that interaction with them, because when we really need to get a message out to the public, they are key in helping us get that local message out. And then, of course, Livingston Daily as well. We have also the webpage for emergency management on the county website, and we like to post our meetings for anyone that would like to attend. They're always there. Next slide, please. So our planning activities, again, we talked about the plans a little bit up front, so I won't go over it too much, but our SARA Title III plans are always a big deal. Those are our local industrial partners that have certain amounts of chemicals on their sites. They are required to submit their plans every year between January and March. We do look over those, and anything that has a certain quantity of a certain type of substances, we call them extremely hazardous substances, or EHSs. We do a plan for that. We submit them to the state, and we make sure that our fire departments and other response agencies are aware. Local facilities that we work with, Brighton Airport, Howell Airport, Fowlerville Fair, et cetera. Next slide, please. This is just our ICS curriculum that we talk about, and the reason this is important, it's part of the training. National Incident Management System, or NIMS, is a requirement for all local responses to have. So fire, PD, EMS, dispatch, many of our energy sector partners, all should be trained in NIMS. I am a federally certified instructor and certified through the state for Incident Command System curriculum. You have to go to EMI for that for a week's long training, and then you have to do some practicals, and then they tell you, yes, you can train. Myself and Jamel Zavinko from Hull Fire did that a couple years ago, and we have now been able to provide all of our partners locally in the county, and some come from outside the county, but we can provide that training for free, which is very difficult to find. And when I say for free, you are paying me a wage, thank you. So it's being provided to those agencies and to those partners on my wage. And that is much appreciated, but also very important for the preparedness within our county. Next slide. So training and exercises, as you can see, those are the raw numbers for the 2020 training. 40 were facilitated, 256 partners that I could get a solid count on. And the exercises 20 with the number of participants being 1,182. And that's a larger number because one of the big exercises that we do every year and that you support is the tornado drill. So that's one of those that we would count towards that. Next slide, please. So we have 3 different grants that impact emergency management and that I work with. EMPG, we received $41,548 for that. That goes towards the support of the emergency manager. The hazardous materials emergency planning grant. We were, and that focuses on those plans that I spoke about for the different industries. And when we complete those plans or we update those plans every year, the state gives us a stipend to do that. It's through this grant. So it's an incentive to do it. We would do it regardless, but since there's a grant available, we take advantage of it. It's we got just over $3,900 this past year. That goes directly back into the general fund since I'm a general fund funded program. And then finally, our Homeland Security Grant Program, that's probably the most interesting and difficult to explain. There are 3 grant years that are active during any one fiscal year because each grant has a period of 3 years for performance. So they overlap. They're released usually in the fall and they overlap. We have an end date is always May 31st, 3 years after it was released. So we have that time that we have to expend it. Half will go towards Homeland Security grant projects that are needed by non-law enforcement. The other 50% must be spent for law enforcement. This is very specific. And we always have to, it has to fit a terrorism nexus. What that means is whatever that project is, we have to show how we are mitigating, planning for, or would interrupt a terrorist event or act. So if a fire department comes to me and says, I'd like a widget, I can't just get them a widget if I can't tie it to a specific purpose on how we are preparing for or would respond to a terror activity, if that makes sense. So the total we got for 2020 that was kind of in play was $228,060.28. We did not expend that entire amount because again, that's a 3-year grant period and we can only do so much at a time. For 2020, as you will see.
I have a question if I could.
Yes.
Go ahead.
With the Homeland Security grant, recently we've had a number of Afghan refugees come into our country. First of all, to your knowledge, how many of them have come into our area? And secondly, is there any heightened talk that there may be some terrorist activity related to that, if you understand my question.
I do understand your question. So when you say have come into our area, do you mean Livingston County or do you mean Michigan?
I mean, Southeast Michigan and our region.
Within, okay, so our district for Homeland Security, we're actually a Region 1 would be where we're at. We're not quite southeast, we're more kind of lower central, kind of from Lenawee up through Gratiot, if you will. I will tell you the easy answer is I do not know those numbers. That would be something to ask Health and Human Services, because they would be in charge of that placement, but that's certainly something I can inquire on if the board would like to know. As far as heightened terrorism, no, I'm not aware of anything heightened terrorism pertaining to that per se.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, where was I? So money. Anyway, that's about it. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So these are just some of the rundown 17, the FY17, I refer to them by years. The FY17 closed last year, 2020, end of May. It was a total grant of $83,727.91. We spent every penny on projects. These are the projects that we completed. The emergency management planner, fiber project for Putnam Township Fire, which was a big deal. Mobile data computers for law enforcement, air purifying respirators for law enforcement, and Great Lakes Homeland Security Conference, in which we sponsored several attendees. Next slide. For FY18 projects, which closed this year in 2021, so you'll get a little bit of this again next year. Again, we had a lot where the mobile command unit communications, that's kind of in process right now. More data computers for law enforcement, for fire, air purifying respirators. And I will tell you, we got an additional $18,000 because Livingston County was on the ball. I'll just say that. Through our LPT meetings and our collaborative efforts, our different agencies kind of, well, they actually pinpointed a few projects that we were going to advance into maybe the next grant year, which is FY19, which would be in play this year and next year. But because the region had some additional funds and those projects were ready, we were able to throw those out. They were quickly approved, and by, I believe, by our county as well. And so we came up with EMS tactical response equipment and tactical response team Throwbot. Those were some big ticket items that were sorely needed for our county, and we were able to get it because our LPT worked so well together and we were ready. Next slide, please. FY19 was announced and the project will close on May 2022. We got a 9.7% reduction. Now, we have seen a reduction in funding for, I'm sure, many reasons, but we got not just us, statewide, not just our region, not just our county. One of the more important things that we've been getting are the mobile data computers. All of our computers were kind of at end of life for all of our disciplines. So fire, EMS, local and county PD. And so we've been taking this funding and putting it towards those comms. It's always a good expenditure. Next slide, please. FY20, that is currently in play as well. Those projects will close on in May of 2023. Another reduction of 20%. And the reason that was reduced 20% is the federal government, FEMA, said they have some federal priorities that they feel that we should focus on. And so they literally took that off the top of our funding that we would usually get and said, all right, put it towards these projects. And so we had to come up with some projects that they felt were important for us. We're working on that. And there are some things I think that would be beneficial to our county. So that's in play, but it took away 20% of what we would utilize for other projects. And that includes our planner. That comes out of the regional pot, and there's a lot of do with that. But we do have funding. It's just a little bit reduced, and we still have projects that we are looking at. And those projects are the mobile data computers, again, for EMS. We're finishing those up. In fact, I think they've finally been installed. And law enforcement projects to include a first aid mannequin for trauma patients so that we can practice first aid on for that trauma event that we hope never happens. Next slide, please. That's just, I was the president through this year, the end. Next slide, please. So now this is my favorite part, because these are the real events, the things that we just can't plan for that happen, that I'm part of trying to make it better. So winter flooding in Hamburg Township, January 11th, 2020. We received 2 inches of rain, which might not seem a lot, except that the ground is frozen, so it doesn't absorb. And you know, the river and the lake down on the Huron just they overflow quite quickly. So that was a little bit of a problem. Always an impact seemed like on Branch Drive. Pat Hull is the township supervisor down there. He knows he can call me any time of night or day. When we have events down there like that, we're looking at different mitigation plans. That's another story. But when those things happen, those are the things that we need to pay attention to and be ready to take action on. Next slide, please. We had some snow emergencies, January 17th to 20th, 2020. These different, Howell, Pinckney, and Fowlerville sent out snow emergencies. I help with that, get the message out. Next slide, please. And COVID response, which is started January 28th for emergency management to present. A lot of things that went on with that. PPE was huge. Trying to make sure that agencies had that we had sheltering set aside for responders if there was an issue. We weren't sure how this was going to spread, all the things that were going on. Everyone was shutting down. There was a lot to it. We opened our EOC. Next slide, please. And there it is. We had a virtual EOC for the first time in history. We had it open for 6 weeks. Every day during the weekday. Commissioner Griffith was the lead at the time. She and Cindy Katnick, who was working as our county admin at the time and just holding the world on their shoulders, received, on top of everything else they dealt with, a 5 to 6 paragraph, this is what happened today, brief from me every night. So I'm sorry, that was a lot, but every day, you can see this was probably taken about May. Those are a lot of our key players, and there were more than that on the EOC. Every single day at 3 o'clock, we had a meeting. What were the county needs? What were the resources? What are we seeing out there? What do we need to be aware of? What are some of the safety issues? Who needs PPE? When should it be delivered? How do we get it there? And then accounting it all for the state. There was a lot to that. We delivered in our region more to any other medical provider, to include dentists, when we were able to release PPE to them. I want to say a big thank you to EMS and Director Feldposh, because they were instrumental in being able to receive the PPE that we got from the region, from our medical coordinators, because we were able to warehouse it there and then distribute. And without their support and assistance, and without the support and assistance of Let's, who loaned us their forklift, it would not have been possible, not just for our county, but for our surrounding partner counties within the region. So thank you, Director Feldposh. And by the way, the other really cute person in that picture with the PPE, that was Deputy Director Chapman. So she was. Anyway, next slide, please. Another real event during COVID, this was not fun. It really created a moment for us, is the Caretel in Brighton had smoke in their COVID wing. So you've got patients in there that are elderly and already have COVID, and now there's smoke. They don't know if there's fire. Brighton and Green Oak Township Fire did the response. They had me on the phone immediately, giving me a status because we didn't know, if we move them, where do we move them? How do we move them? I mean, we can't leave people in a building that's obviously on fire, and they need to be able to go someplace and someplace safely. So that was a moment. The good news is there was no exposure, there was no fire. It was actually a faulty furnace that created some problems. So, but it was dicey there for a second. Next slide, please. So the Midland Dam failure, and the reason that impacts us here in Livingston County, and I know the Drain Commissioner is here, because that's created a lot of concern for us locally, of course, but for that couple days there, that particular emergency manager, you can imagine how overwhelmed she was. She is a great emergency manager, a friend of mine, but she called statewide for help. That's what the MEMAC deployment is. It's when the county says we need more help than what we have, and they send out. Livingston County Incident Management Team and myself did deploy to assist. I was personally down there for 2 days in their emergency management EOC, and was able to assist them with different things to include writing up their declaration. So we were reimbursed by that. That's part of the MEMAC response, that when they ask for help and we say, yes, we can come, this is what it's going to cost. They say, okay. And we were reimbursed for our efforts. So it was good to be able to go and help. We did not do that at no cost to us. And then the other departments that sent people as well through the IMT were also reimbursed. So, but that was a big learning experience. It was great to be able to help. That was a big deal for them. Next slide, please. We had the BLM protest at the Old Courthouse. And I will say this, we opened our EOC, and because it was in June and we are kind of at a low for COVID, we opened our EOC in person. We did, however, have social distancing within the EOC. We had the disciplines there that we needed to have there. And I will do a shout out to IT, because I'll tell you, our new director at that time, Chris Toby, we needed to get eyes on. We had the UAS, the drones up from the Sheriff's Department, and we were displaying them in our EOC so that we could see the crowd and the movement of folks. But he also put some cameras in the area so that we could get a full view of what was going on the grounds for the safety of all. I will tell you, because of those efforts, we were able to interdict and interrupt some activity, one of which there was an item that was actually, we watched it, a subject hide that item that would later have been used probably for damage or injury. And we were able to recover that by sending the foot patrol over and then identifying the person and speaking with them about it. So it was a very interesting event. And it was good to be able to support people who are just getting out there and exercising their civil ability and rights and using their First Amendment to peacefully tell everyone how they feel. So that's how that event went. It was a high success. It was something we were able to keep tabs on through the EOC. There was a lot of effort from the local disciplines and to include our Sheriff's Department. Howell PD took the lead on that. Chief Scott Manor did an excellent job in working with the organizers for this, this event so that everything remained peaceful. So next slide, please. We have hazardous materials accidents happen all the time in the county. This is just one of them, one of the bigger ones. Green Oak Township, it was in July. We no exposure, some really yucky stuff. That's a corrosive in that. Luckily, nothing was breached, but those are the kind of things we deal with just day to day. We have 2 major highways, plus trunk lines, plus railways, always a concern, always one of those things we keep an eye on. Next slide, please. Consumers gas leak in Brighton City. There was a corrosion of a 6-inch pipe. There's about a $50,000 loss to consumers, but that is one of those things that we act very quickly on and that we keep an eye on. The fire departments are on top of that. We have very close contacts with consumers. They come right out. They want to address that because if it isn't contained, obviously, you know, bad things can happen. But great partners within consumers, very responsive. Next slide, please. So I throw this in here because every year, it seems a couple times a year as I'm traveling through the county, I'm the first on the scene to something. And this was it. We had a fairly, it was just no injuries, thankfully, but it was a good through the light crash there in Howell. I was literally driving, minding my own business and went, oh no. And very good at holding it down and making sure the proper help gets there and then turning it over as is appropriate, but just one of those things. Next slide, please. And then, of course, our elections last year, we were all on high alert. Obviously, we didn't want anything happening here in Livingston County. Betsy works very, very hard to make sure things are done the right way and that things are set up and fair, and we want to keep everybody safe. So one of the things emergency management likes to do to support is we do get a hold of DTE to make sure that if something happens at our polling places, like the power goes down, that they can get them right up, that there's a priority set there. So there's different things that we do to support, and I'm happy to do it. One of them always is communications, right? Get some radios so that they can talk. But it was, again, one of those things that, because I think proper planning and the way it's run went very well. Next slide, please. So goals for 22 and beyond, all the same stuff. I'd like to close out the COVID-19 pandemic event. That would be high on my list. I don't know how it's all the way down in the list. But we certainly will continue to work on our projects. Our hazard mitigation plan is the next thing that will come before you, probably from emergency management. That is huge. And the reason it's huge is it's about to expire in April. And we have to get that done because we have some projects coming within from the county, from other jurisdictions. I was actually advised today that plan has to stay in play and cannot be expired while they are putting in for a grant project. And this one has to do with flooding mitigation. So that we had the discussion today, that is the most important. Now, we did have a setback due to COVID. It would have been completed and approved by now, but COVID took so much of our time that we had to delay it a few months instead of getting right into it. Because like I say, these plans are not done overnight. They're a fairly heavy lift. We want to, of course, continue to make our county more resilient to all hazards, and that's the way we plan. We don't plan for anything specific. We plan for all hazards because anything can happen at any time. Disasters and emergencies are very inconvenient. We know that. So we try to plan through everything, but we do it through the planning, training, and exercising, management of our grants and our projects, building those partnerships that are so very important, and then utilizing our social media platforms to keep our public informed. Because honestly, the more the public is prepared and can help themselves, the freer the responders are to respond to and recover from the disaster or emergency. Next slide, please. Any questions so far? Okay.
Commissioner Smith.
Quick observation, just
Yes, sir.
really well done. I'm involved in the disaster recovery plan for our business, and I can't help but wonder, are private companies reaching out to you for assistance for theirs too?
Sometimes they do, and depending on what they need, what their questions are, we will certainly sit down and help them. Maybe considerations on what to be concerned about. That's what the other reason that we find it so important to make sure our hazard mitigation plan is up to date, because that we will actually refer them to them, because that helps, threat assessment. What are the types of things that we worry about here in Livingston County? So yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Anybody else? No?
Okay, so continuing on, almost done. So transfers in is 41,500. That's the EMPG grant. Next slide, please. So I am your smallest department, and I try to be your most frugal department. And so my total general fund amount is $174,591. And I am a department of 1.6, as you can see. So I call her Mike Christie. It's kind of a play on some training that we have, but Christie, who is my planner, she is my 24-hour a week assistant. And honestly, the amount of work that she and I have to deal with, I'm telling you, she is actually worth two people. So I'm very pleased to have her, but that's my total general fund amount. A lot of it is salary, and then benefits, and then operating. Next slide, please. So office supplies are kind of a big deal because especially when we do the training and the exercises, but we try to keep that as, you know, pared down as possible, but we do go through a lot of paper, some thumb drives, things like that. For other expenses and charges, you might be wondering what that is. So that's things like membership dues, professional development, some uniforms and equipment. Facilities management, I will say this, that's just under $5,000, but worth every penny. And this is why I need to run an EOC. That EOC requires technology and equipment and IT to run. Facility services, make sure it's hung on the wall. They make sure that things are repaired. They make sure that if the light box goes out on the overhead projector, that it's taken care of. And it's one of those things that they're very responsive. So if I say, I've got a training and this isn't working, I need you to get there, they get there every single time. So I'm very pleased for that. And in my world, that's money well spent. Computers and phones, again, that is my largest cost because everything runs on IT now. And we have a lot of IT needs, and that is only, I'm sure, going to ramp up in the future. Though I would tell you $16,000 is a little tiny compared to some of your other departments, but that's my biggest expenditure. Next slide, please. And you can see there was a drastic reduction in cost during 2020. A lot of things didn't get spent because we were just focusing on a lot of the doing. It's increased for 21 and then a little more of an increase in 22. I will tell you this, that I try to keep it as reduced as possible. If there's something I can get for free or for less, I will go with that. We have a lot of things in this county that are very important that need the funding. So if I can help pare that down and get it to someplace else, I'm happy to do that. Next slide, please. Federal sources, that's what we actually are expecting for 2022, and that's the funding that I described to you from the grants. Next slide, please. And then overall operating, about 103,000 salaries. That's going to be my planner and her benefits. Next slide, please. And then again, computers and phones and the other supplies and equipment, that all comes from the Homeland Security grant projects. Those are the projects that are going out to the other disciplines. So as you can see, computers and phones, it's usually just computers. Those are the MDCs, for instance. And then the other supplies and equipment, that would be some of the attack equipment that you saw. Next slide, please. So again, there's that reduction in 20. We had the federal funds sitting there, but we didn't have, there was other things going on. We weren't able to sit down and plan all the things that we needed to expend. Unlike the year before, you can see that was really high in 2019, because boy, like I said, we are like a freight train heading downhill, and we were doing exercises and training, and we're doing projects, and everything was really running smooth. We had a little bit of a hiccup in 2020. Next slide, please. All right, that's it. Any questions?
Questions?
I just have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's just amazing what you do with 1.6 in place after we just went through all that. So thank you for how you do. I think you're very efficient.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see, next up is EMS Medical Examiner, Director Felposh.
Good evening. First off, I want to make sure those of you that don't know, this is Amy. So when something goes right in EMS, it's her fault.
The EMSs for us for?
First few slides, I actually want to go through very quickly. Kind of embarrassed to admit, but I can tell you that since my arrival, we haven't put a lot of time and effort into program measures and goals. You hired me in 2020 to a department that was broke and had some morale issues and had a lot of issues. So we really haven't gotten around to working on a lot of these kind of fluffy things. And then you handed me COVID-19 about 26 days in. So I will openly admit that we have not spent the time and effort that we need to on these because we've been focused on other things that were, in my mind, far more important than that. So we'll look at a few of them, but just because I think there's some things that really need to be pointed out, but I'll admit we just have not put the time and effort into updating those to where they need to be. Next page, please. There's a couple here that I really want to point out because we're going to talk about a lot more later on. And the most important is on this page is 2020. You can see our workload was down significantly. That's a direct impact of COVID-19. Probably the same story you've seen from a lot of the other responders related to that. One of the other ones that I don't like that I want to make sure that you're aware of is that our response times for the last couple of years have been going the wrong direction. Last year, our average response time to Delta and Echo calls was 9.5 minutes. Our goal is 8. And for the last few years, we've been going the wrong direction. And you'll hear me get into why we're doing that a whole lot later. And actually, I will openly admit that I have a bit of an agenda with my presentation tonight. So we'll get to that. Next page. Workloads. 2020 was a slow year for us with most of our workload stuff. Our community paramedic program has been on hold for a couple of years because we basically didn't have the staffing or the right plan to implement it. Amy and I have been working really hard on that. It's basically kind of up on a temporary basis now because we've gotten pretty big into doing monoclonal antibody therapy in homes. I don't know, what have we done? 250-ish?
We're getting close, yeah.
So we're doing quite a bit of those, and that takes people and bodies and time. So education, 2020 was obviously a tough year for education, like you've heard from several others, that we had so much time that we couldn't be in person. That made things really challenging for us, and it changed a lot of rules because a lot of what we do training wise is hands-on, and you can't do that remotely. So we did a lot of good things in education, but we were down a little bit from some of our previous years. Next slide. I think I was already, there we go. So request for service was down to 19,000. We're normally 2019, we're at the 22,000 range. So that's well below what our normal would have been. We only had 9 ambulances deployed most of the time. Honestly, that number needs to be 10 or 11. The reason it's 9 is because we can't staff them. We've been fighting a staffage shortage since my arrival, which we'll talk a lot more about as we get going forward. So far this year, we're probably on 2019 pace or maybe a little above. So we're going to break 22,000 this year, and we're doing it with less staff. So we're working folks way too hard. Any other things you want to talk about there? We'll get to questions later on. Next slide. Annual report. Next slide. That's just kind of the things we're going to cover. Next slide. So this is our run volume and how it kind of broke down for last year. Same slide you see from us every year. Not a lot of change other than basically the call volume being down. Next slide. So here's our annual run volume over the last 20 years. So you can see kind of what we've done in the last 20 years as far as run volume goes. And you can see we've been much higher than we were last year, but we're going to definitely have a record-setting year on run volume this year. Next slide. It's just kind of a slide that gives you some indication of where we take people to. kind of a question I get a lot. Where do we transport most of our patients to? So this graph just kind of breaks down where they go. Most of the time they go to the destination of their choice. Sometimes we can't per protocol. If they're critically ill or injured, we have specific places we need to take them if they're having a heart attack or stroke per our protocol, but we do our best to make sure they get to go where they want to go. Next slide. Where do we pick them up from? Again, most of them from private residents. Our second biggest customer is St. Joe Livingston and then St. Joe Brighton. So if you ever wonder where does our workload come from, now you know. Next slide. Why do we take them? Here's the reasons why all those roughly 22,000 people called or were transported. So those are the transport reasons on our calls from last year and how it breaks down. Next slide. So this is our org chart. It's changed a little bit. And as you know, you've seen me in front of you a couple of times talking about changes that I've wanted to make. And I think we're actually in a really, really good place right now, minus the bodies we're short in the field, and recruiting and retention are, you're going to hear me say that about 10 more times. So I apologize, but it's really going to be the biggest issue for us of the day. Next slide. Okay, if there's anything that you look at out of this entire presentation after tonight, pay attention to the graph in the top right corner of this one. We've been experiencing about 25% turnover for the last couple of years. If you know anything about turnover and the cost and what it does to a department, it's just devastating to us. And the time, the effort, the money that goes into that, we have to change that. We can't continue turning over a quarter of our staff every year. We have 65 FTEs minus 1 out on injury, 49 paramedics, 6 EMTs, and of course this slide's already outdated because it was like a week ago. 4 of those EMTs are in paramedic class. The other 2 will be in paramedic class in December. Now, I kind of made the rest of it bold because that's where the problem starts. We have 10 open positions, which I think might be down to 6 as of today, but last year we hired 16 and we lost 16. 25% turnover in field staff. We simply can't do that. Next slide. Challenges of 2020. Now, the first part is COVID, and I'm kind of remiss not spending about an hour talking about all the great things that all of our employees did last year during COVID. I can't even begin to explain to you what it's like for a paramedic to have to come to work every day, especially in the beginning of COVID, not knowing if you're going to, today's the day you're going to get infected, you take it home to your wife, your children. And these people showed up for work every day and did what they had to do. I could tell you stories about, like I said, I could talk for an hour. I couldn't get through or give you what these folks went through last year. I feel really bad right now that we didn't do more financially for them, but I inherited a department that was broke and borrowing from the general fund. I don't know how I come to you and say, hey, let's give these guys a big bonus when we just asked you for $400,000 to start the year. I couldn't do it. And knowing the turnaround that we made last year, I wish I would have done that differently. I didn't. So recruitment and retention is our greatest challenge, and we absolutely have to fix it. The turnover rate can't stay at 25%, or we simply will cease to exist. Our employee engagement numbers improved a little bit last year, but we have a long ways to go. You'll hear a lot more from me in a minute, but I don't think the employee engagement numbers do us justice. I think our employees are highly engaged. I also think they're highly frustrated. And when you hear some of what I'm going to tell you next, you'll understand why. They've been working way too hard for way too little for way too long. And we're literally burning them out. And we can't continue to do that if we want to continue to do what we're doing. Our call volume is going to exceed 2019 levels, and I really should be sitting here today asking you for some more FTEs so that we could put more people on the road to provide more service. The moral of the story is we can't fill the FTEs that we have, so why would I ask for more? The staffing shortages finally began to impact our response times. Commissioner Nakagiri, you know, we've talked about some issues we've had up in Tyrone Township. We've had long conversations with some folks in Putnam. We have issues and we're not as fast as we used to be, and we're relying on other public safety partners a lot more than we ever have. That's simply because we don't have the staff to put on the road to do it. Next slide. So we're going to get into money for a second and call volumes. So the chart on the left is our emergency call volume, how it breaks down by level of care. Basic life support is the lowest level, then advanced life support 2, and SCT. So as they increase, obviously the reimbursement increases. So you can see how those break down for us. Non-emergency calls on the right, you can see there's a much greater percentage of basic life support, which pays much less. Kind of pretty typical for any EMS agency. Next slide. So last year we were budgeted to bring in about 12 million. We only managed to bring in about 12 million, just about 11 million. That was still pretty amazing considering the downturn we had of last year. We'll get into some more on that in a second. Just talks about how our money broke down for the year, and you can see the balance remaining left for us to collect is actually pretty small in the big picture, which means we're doing a pretty good job on the billing side. Next, please. So this is how our reimbursements kind of break out. Obviously, Medicare is our biggest payer. You saw a memo from me last week about Medicare and vaccine mandates and what that means to us if we can't bill Medicare or Medicaid. Well, that's 45 and 50+% of our income that's gone. And then I sent a similar memo to the one I sent you to all my staff saying, know that this is on the horizon and I don't know where it's going. So next slide. So our two main sources of revenue are our fee for service and the dedicated millage that we have. Next slide. So the big ball in the center, actually next year, remind me, I need to make that much bigger because obviously our core operations, treating and transporting people is at the heart of everything we do. All of these other things are things that we participate in, we help out with to the best of our ability, but our sole purpose is to make sure that we're providing services to the residents of Livingston County. We do the best we can with disaster response when you know the community needs help there. Our technical rescue team, you know, we support a lot of these specialty teams to the best of our ability. Anymore, the best of our ability is providing them with medical support. We don't do a lot of operational stuff with them. We used to be pretty big in the dive team, but we don't have time and effort to put paramedics underwater. We'll provide medical support to the people that are going underwater. You're going to see a lot of focus on us in the next year, really bringing that community paramedic in the top right red there, bringing that back because that's a huge direction for where EMS and medicine is going from our standpoint. Next slide. FEMA deployments. We didn't go to any in 2020. After I arrived, we got the notice for the first one early on in 2020. And I'm like, oh my God, what do we do with this? We're in the middle of a global pandemic. How do we send people away? And we just decided not to. We have a plan to be able to help out. We probably get 5 to 7 requests a year where we could go send people out, most recently to the hurricanes down in Louisiana. These are great opportunities for our folks to go get some experience, help out some people who desperately need it. And yes, the FEMA funding is really a good thing for us. So those are all great opportunities, but it takes people. And we don't have people, so at this point, I can't justify sending anybody to do any of that. Next slide. Education. I really need to spend a lot more time here than I probably will, but Jump to the next one, please. What a difference a year can make. I think you all remember some of the issues surrounding EMS education when I took over. This we'll say division of what we do has turned around quicker than any I've seen ever. And our education supervisor, Ryan Dennett, gets most of the credit for that. The things he's done since the day he took over has just been amazing. We have EMT classes going in-house now, 3 of them. We have a paramedic class going in-house. Those are things I would have dreamed that maybe we would have pulled off in 5 years. That's how complicated getting all of that done is. And we're there already. So I can't say enough good about our education programs, the direction we're headed. I still every quarter audit every EMS record, every EMS training record because of the issues of the past. And we have no issues. Every roster is complete, every I is dotted, T is crossed. And if it's not, it gets sent back and corrected. Next slide, please. So some more on education programs. Despite COVID hitting, we had 123 internal courses last year. Most of those later in the year, AHA, ITLS, a lot of continuing education. We had a total of 687 students take one sort of training or another. Next slide. We run our own training center for CPR, along with overseeing trainers from the 13 local fire departments and the sheriff's department. In 2020, these folks taught 276 students in BLS CPR, 82 students in Heart Saver CPR. Next. We oversee the trauma certification course ITLS for the entire state of Michigan. That's no small task. And in 2020 alone, we created 28 new providers on top of all the recertifications on the existing providers. Next slide. High school EMT program is one of the brightest spots we have. We completed one in the summer of 2020. That class started with 30. Obviously, when COVID hit, the numbers declined rapidly. A few of them chose not to finish the course, but of the 13 that completed it, 11 of them have gone on and gotten licensed, and a couple of them are actually employees for us right now. So this is some of the brightest parts of our future right here is the education programs and training that next generation of employees, which is why you heard me ask for another educator a few weeks ago. That position is going to be critical in making all of this happen. Next slide. Right now we have 2 more high school EMT classes going on that started this year, 37 enrolled. And these students are really what motivated us to because they all wanted a paramedic class and there wasn't a good one not close by. So that's what really pushed, I'll say, Ryan to get us there. Next slide. So the paramedic program, we partnered with Ascension Genesis to work out a plan, which basically brought their paramedic program here. But we get almost complete control of it. They have the administrative rights and they handle the money, which is the part that would take us 5 years to work out if we didn't have their support with that. And we actually right now plan that we're probably going to start another paramedic program January, December-ish. And it's looking like these programs are going to be sustainable by the students that are out there, which means about every 18 months, we get 10 to 12 new paramedics that we can hopefully recruit. I'm hopeful that we don't need to recruit 12 of them every 18 months from now on, but at least we're going to be in a position where we can hopefully do that. Next slide. Okay, now we got to talk about money. You all know where we started 2020. We were broke. Our revised budget was about 10.5 million. We actually only spent just over 10 million, which is amazing considering all the additional expenses we had with COVID. Our PPE costs were through the roof. Through some great partnerships, we got a lot of free equipment from the district, and every time the state or federal government had something out there to offer, we were first in line to say, yes, we can do it. Yes, in a previous life, I was a forklift driver and it came in pretty handy last year. Our revised expenses were 10,500,000. We brought in, or we spent just over 9 million. So we brought in 95% of our projected revenue and only spent 86 of our projected expenses. And again, that's in a year when all of those should have been way off. You know, my best guess is through the job that our billing coordinator did last year and a lot of the hard work on the billing department, we probably pulled about $1 million out of our accounts receivable. This is nothing that I did. This is people that were here. They just needed to be pointed the right direction and they did it. The downside of that is all of the federal money that we got to look at and the grants we get to apply for, look at lost revenue. And our lost revenue actually last year was probably $1 million higher than we reported because of the great job we did cleaning up our accounts receivable last year. But nonetheless, I'd rather be in the position we're in than I would have asked for more federal funds. Bottom line for 2020 was we gained just over 888,000. So we ended the year with just over $1 million in cash. Folks, this is nothing to do with me. This is primarily because we're understaffed and overworked. We have far too many people working too many hours, doing too much, and we're running them ragged. Our 24-hour folks assigned to a 24-hour truck are working 22 hours out of the day. And we have to do a lot to fix that. Because you can only get away with that for so long, and it's going to really, really backfire on you for a lot of reasons. So how are we doing now? The financial turnaround continues. This year we're on track. As the last report I had from the treasurer, we're probably going to end the year with 3.6 million in cash. If you remember the report that PFM gave you last year, they recommended we have 1.8 million in cash. So we're about double that. If you remember anything about me from previous conversations, you know I'm a little bit on the conservative side. My cash number is nowhere near theirs. I think we need somewhere in the 3.3 to $5.5 million. Now, I want some input from you on what that really should be, so I have a good number to shoot for. I'm very conservative, but 6 months operating expenses to me is important. I know that sounds like a lot, but just 2 months ago, Medicare shut down payments to us for 2 months because of a computer glitch. Our funding can get shut off or changed that quickly. And I don't want to risk not being able to provide services to Livingston County residents or pay our employees should something bad happen. That means we need a large cash balance to fall back on, unless I'm going to rely on the general fund, which I don't want to do. So at some point, I hope a few of you can get together and help me with what does that number need to be? Because in a previous life, I built a large fund balance only to have to fight to keep it. Because you know how politics and money are. So while our cash flow issues seem to be comfortably resolved, we're a long ways from out of the woods. Like I said, we did this by overworking and underpaying our employees. And then we wonder why they leave at the rate of 25% a year. We haven't done anything really significant to look at future capital expenses. And I'll admit that most of that is on me, that I haven't done it. But we still have $4.6 million in debt to pay off on a building that we built. I'm not interested in going in any more debt until we get rid of the debt that we have. So we're going to pay for what we need as we go until we can get past that $500,000 a year payment. 2022, I set aside every penny we could in the budget to help prepare for negotiations, because I know what we have to do to fix recruitment and retention and get these folks into a position where they really need to be. Next slide. I'm gonna make sure I'm on the right one. So I'm good with that one too. Next slide. Millage. So you knew you're gonna hear this from me eventually. 20-year millage is a bad idea. while it's great that you don't have to go back and ask the voters for more money, there's no way that you can predict finances over the course of 20 years. If you can, I need to talk to you. So I got a few examples of what the 20-year millage has done and the impact it's had. So the actual millage dollars received over the last 20 years has grown 26.2%. Our total revenue has only grown 21%. But yet on the expense side, the indirect operating expenses we pay the county has grown 84%. Our actual operating expenses have gone up 36%. Our personnel costs are up 24%. So you can see the portion of our budget that the millage supposedly supports and sustains is going the wrong direction, because the property tax growth doesn't keep pace with inflation and our costs. I'm going to suggest that going forward, and I don't want to undo the millage that we have, but 20 years is way too long. You can't predict out that far, and it leaves you in the position where we're in right now, where we're faced with these increased costs, but we're not faced with the increased revenue to help combat them. Not to mention that then our call volume has increased by 31%. So we're doing more work with less money, and our expenses are more. Next slide, please. So we simply can't continue to function this way. We currently ask the 24-hour folks, half of our workforce, paramedics, are working 56 hours a week. 56 hours a week is 7 days a week to most of us. So when you compare them, even in the report that we saw from fiscal services, they work 56 hours a week for 17% less than the average non-union county employee. And they do that without a pension. That's 40% more work for 17% less pay. We'll go a little farther and look at how they compare to public safety. It gets even worse. They make 22% less than a deputy while working 33% more hours. I can go on like this for a long time and compare them to other healthcare industry jobs. The moral of the story is we have to fix it. The starting wage for a 24-hour paramedic is $12.53 an hour, which is about $3 less than the person that made your fries at McDonald's that hired yesterday. It's insulting to them. And we wonder why our engagement scores are not good, why we don't have really happy, excited employees. This is why. For too long, we've asked them to do too much for too little, and we have to fix it. Next slide. We can't sit back and wonder why it's hard to recruit people when you look at things I've just shown you. There are way too many options out there for paramedics to do different jobs or even similar medical jobs, to make more, to work less, and have normal schedules. Albert Einstein's famous line, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have to do something different if we want to survive. Sorry. So my next one, overworked, underpaid, no pension means no future. If we want to bring this EMS department back to where it needs to be, we have to fix all of these things. We have competitors out there that were offering some of our current employees up to $31 an hour to start doing the same job right now, that at best we're going to pay $20 an hour for. And we're going to continue to face that. And we're losing good employees every day while we continue to do what we're doing right now. Working them hours that are bordering on dangerous. Honestly, if I had my choice, I would say we need to get away from 24-hour shifts. It's way too long for somebody to work. If you're going to come and save my life, I don't want to see you on your 23rd hour. There's no way that you're half as sharp on your 23rd hour as you are on hour 1 through 5. But there is absolutely no way that we can either hire or probably even afford the bodies to do that right now. So I'm just hopeful that we can make some kind of impact there. Last slide's related to millage. So you saw this in the presentation from PFM that you hired to do the evaluation on us earlier this year. Something else I think you need to take a really hard look at, and I know, and I so appreciate the fact that you want to keep taxes low. But like my middle statement there, you can't expect Cadillac quality on a Kia budget. We have the second lowest millage rate of any EMS in the state of Michigan that PFM could find. At what are we at? I think we're at 0.3, but the Headley rollback gets us to like 0.29. I can tell you when I was in Montcalm County, even a small county less than half the size of this, we couldn't function on less than 0.5 and provide the level of service that I was comfortable with. We're going to have to look at a way to bring in more revenue, and I don't know what that is. I'm assuming the only option is probably some more millage to get us there. Because if we keep going the wrong direction, sooner or later, it's going to impact response times enough that the residents are going to realize that, and we're going to lose that community support that we have right now. And that means that we simply cease to exist. So sometime next year, you're probably going to hear me come talk to you about, even if it's just a capital improvement millage at 0.2 mils, something to get us up near that 0.5 rate so that we can continue to do what we do and do it well. Next slide, please. So things that are going on for the future, Medicare cost reporting. This is something that's fallen on Amy's plate. The federal government decided about 2 years ago that they needed to analyze EMS and try to figure out what does it really cost to run EMS. And Amy can probably tell you more about what it is, but it's a whole bunch of number crunching. And at the end of the day, I don't know what it's going to mean for us. It's definitely going to impact our reimbursements, but I don't know which direction. It depends on how the money is, how everything is reported and what their studies show. There's a program out there called ET3 that now looks at some different options for EMS, a whole lot more treating patients in their homes, alternate destinations. Like right now, we can't transport to a doctor's office or an urgent care. This system allows for that to kind of make sure we get the right patient to the right resource, rather than funneling everybody through the ER and increasing the cost and the demand on the emergency room. Other big future things for us is obviously, I've talked for a long time about enhancing our educational offerings and partnerships. Next slide, please. Must-dos. We have to create an environment for a sustainable workforce. It's now the biggest challenge facing our long-term success. EMS is extremely demanding, both physically and emotionally. The current average career span for a paramedic is 5 years. And that's not because of the problem that we have here locally. This problem that I've been explaining to you here isn't just a Livingston County thing. It's a state of Michigan thing. It's a United States of America thing. The shortage of EMS folks is reaching a critical point, and we're going to get to the point where some places, hopefully not us, because we adapt and correct ourselves, are going to not have an ambulance available, and you're going to watch people die because of that shortage. If we don't act now and do something, our turnover is only going to grow, our response times are going to suffer, and we're just going to go the wrong direction. Next slide. At some point for these folks, we have to find a way to get them back into the pension plan that we pulled them out of. I know that pension is a 4-letter word to most of you because I know what it means to you. I've been at this a long time, but there are ways to implement pension plans with safeguards that can protect the county and still get these employees some glimmer of hope so that they can actually have a career that they can end. Right now, there's no way that anybody in EMS can work 56 hours a week until you're 60 years old. You can't do it. Not physically, not emotionally. And then we sit back and wonder why they leave. Oh, I've been preaching long enough. Next slide. Hopefully I'm making my point. Questions on any of that?
Questions? Commissioner Gross.
Director Feldbosch, I guess I have to say I'm shocked at some of the information you have in here. It's really surprising to me. Of the 16 people that left, you just characterized it as other opportunities. Was it other opportunities in the field that, you know, they're still paramedics just elsewhere making more money?
Many of them. We lose a lot to nursing, a lot to choose, because there's programs out there where in less than a year, you can move from a paramedic to an RN, and your wage will go up by 30 or 40%, and you'll work a 36-hour work week. And yeah, I can't begrudge people for wanting to move to a career that pays them more and will allow them to work, a full career span.
Aside from the compensation issue, have those employees been relatively satisfied in working for the county? I mean, they don't have any heartburn against you or us or anything. It's primarily the compensation aspect and the pension.
I think for the most part, I mean, there's a lot of folks that are here and they're still really, really dedicated to us and what we do. I can tell you there are probably a half a dozen that are hanging on by their fingernails right now, waiting to see how negotiations go. And if this goes poorly or they don't like the outcome, we're going to lose them quickly. I mean, they've been hanging on through a lot. I mean, I didn't spend enough time talking about what they went through with COVID last year, but they did it. They hung on. They didn't jump ship. But if we don't find a way to fix it, we're going to find ourselves on a losing end, and I don't know how we'll recover.
Are all of your full-time employees unionized?
Full-time, yes.
Full-time. And when does their contract come up for renewal?
The contract expires December 31st this year.
This year.
So we had our first preparation for negotiations. I spelled a lot of this out to, the Barton negotiation team. So, and talked about where I think we need to go, what we need to do, and we're putting numbers to it. And I'm hopeful that we can, I know we won't fix it all. I'm hopeful that we saved enough money to put a dent in it.
Has our human resource department, HR, have they been of any help to you perhaps in looking at options for a pension plan? I mean, is there documentation for organizations in other counties, or?
We haven't dug very deep into it yet at this point, because I mean, I can tell you what a pension plan costs for us. It's about 1.2 million. And there's just no way right now that we're ever going to get there, right? What we did last year, in the last year and a half financially, is nothing short of amazing, but we did it on their backs. And we can't continue to do that. And I don't have the funding source to even talk pension yet. I wish we did, but short of having more millage dollars or less expenses, one of our greatest expenses is, the general fund doesn't give EMS a dime. We have a dedicated millage that pays part of it. We give the general fund $908,000 a year. And I don't say that because I begrudge any of that. The services we get from Nathan and finance and HR and facilities and IT are priceless, and they're all great people and they're worth every penny. But all we do is support the general fund. So keep that in mind. We don't cost the general fund a dime, other than the money we borrowed from you 2 years ago that you need to forget about.
If I may, I just got a couple more questions. The 20-year millage, how far along are we in that? When was it?
2011. So I think we're right in the middle at 10 years.
Halfway through.
So I don't need to talk about it tonight, but very soon I think we need to have that conversation about how do we get where we need to go.
I think one last question I have is, last winter and spring, we approved your requests to set up programs with colleges, universities, educational institutions for students to ride along, if you will, and gain some exposure, some understanding of what you do. Is that proving to be successful? Do you have?
I can't tell you exactly how many we have right now. It has. I know we probably had not less than 8 or 10 students from different colleges and universities, paramedic and EMT programs coming in to ride. The reason I pushed those so heavily is because I never dreamed that we could make the moves we did with our own education department so quickly. And because honestly, that's the best way to recruit paramedics is if they have to do their 120-hour internship with you, they basically are the equivalent of employee when they're done with that. And that's when we have the best opportunity to recruit them.
And out of those students that you have, is it too soon to tell if these are people we would really, really like to hire?
I'm sorry.
Is it too soon to tell if any of these are good enough that we would seriously consider hiring them at some point if they were interested?
Probably not too soon. It's probably too soon to determine whether or not we can recruit them. Because they're going to get opportunities to see other EMS agencies as well. And again, there's going to be a bidding war for paramedics. And if we're behind the 8 ball, we're going to lose.
Anybody else? Commissioner Helserman.
Have you done a wage study among EMS, other EMS units?
So I started to do one. I actually asked for some help through HR, and just about that time, there's a statewide organization, Michigan Association of Ambulance Services, completed theirs, which is a statewide survey, which was probably far more inclusive than anything that I could have done. And I do have that, but I can tell you on that same note that while there are a number of services that pay better than us, this isn't an us issue. This is an industry issue. People are not, a lot of folks aren't leaving EMS to go to another EMS agency. That there are a few. Most of them are leaving EMS to go somewhere else because they see no future in EMS. They know they can't work for 35 years. They can't get to retirement. So the sooner they can get somewhere else and have some vision of a future, that's where they're going.
And what is our longest serving EMS person to do have? That's actually an EMS person. I know there are people that move into the office and things of that nature. Do we have a 7 or 8?
How long she's been here?
I want to say it's almost 34 years.
It's still an active EMS person.
So, we're sidetrack. We're actually creating jobs and trying to create positions in the department that are a little less heavy on the physical part. It's called a transfer car. So you're basically doing a lot of the non-emergency work, which means you're not out there crawling down in the ditch and up the stairs. So there's options for some of these people to extend their careers a little longer, because I'm very worried about that. Because if we don't find them ways to extend their careers, they end up either leaving or becoming work comp cases. Neither of those are any good to us.
So, and third question, if the average is 5 years of service, that would be about a 20% turnover industry-wide. So we're less than the industry-wide.
Our turnover was 25%.
Right, yes. That's what I mean. Our record is not as good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your service and making the best out of a situation that isn't ideal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else?
Okay, we got a few budget slides to run through quick. You've probably already seen most of this. So this is our 2022 projected revenue. If you'll notice, compared to previous years, it is about $1 million higher. And that's because of all the fabulous work we've done on the backside and changes we've made in the billing office. We're basically squeezing almost $1 million more out of the same amount of work annually. Next slide. Expenses. So you can see how our expenses break down. Salaries, benefits, capital outlay. Our capital needs to be much larger than that, but unfortunately, I can't justify spending a lot of money on things if we don't have people to use those things. It'd be kind of pointless. Next slide. Budget drivers, so you can see where the large expenses are. Capital equipment, we spend a lot on vehicles. We were definitely in a capital replacement hole on vehicles when I started. We've been replacing 4 a year. That's going to get us where we need to be. We're not quite there yet, but our maintenance costs were way higher than they need to be because we were on the backside of the curve. We're driving trucks way too long, and then later in life they just become a maintenance issue. So I think we're on top of that part. Transfer out most of that is the building bond debt, which I'm grateful that they refinance for us. That's going to save us about $500,000 over the rest of the life of the bond, but nonetheless, we still have to pay it off. Money to facilities and IT, and again, don't mistake my comment about giving the general fund $1 million. These folks are worth every dollar of it. When I talk about Nathan and the folks at IT, they're top notch. So I'm not making a complaint about it. I'm just saying that it's expensive for us. Spending trends. So you can see 2020 actual was really low. Again, we were understaffed for a large portion of the year, but our run volume was down, so we survived it quite well. 2021, our staffing has still been down and our run volume's up. So 2021 has not been a great year in that aspect. Some of the increases in 2022, I'm really hopeful that we're going to make the changes that we need to make, and that's going to cost us a little bit of money, but we've done well and it's there for us to do. Next slide. Medical examiner. I've talked for a really long time, so I'll try to make this quick. Not that the medical examiner's office is not important. They're really important to what we do. These guys went through a lot of the same stuff as our employees did with the COVID stuff. I mean, they were out there facing all these at-home deaths last year. So we'll stick to just the budget stuff. So the only income they have is about $40,000 we bring annually from cremation permits. We've looked at that pretty hard. Our cremation permit fee is pretty standard for others across the state. So there's not any ways to bring in a lot more revenue for the medical examiners. On the operating side, the largest expense on the operating side is the annual contract. And that's another point we really are paying close attention to. That contract will expire next year in September. And this is not a simple contract when you're talking about medical examiner services and how that all works and what components you want to buy and not buy. And so we're going to be digging into that shortly after the first of the year, because it's going to take 7 or 8 months at least to make sure that we have, whether it's a contract with the U of M folks where we're at or whether we explore something else, it's going to take 6 or 7 months to make sure that we have the right services in place. And we have benefits and salaries. Next slide. So as you can see, the large portion is that contracted services with U of M. That's the majority of the bill there. This last year, we were over on our number of autopsies again because the number of deaths that they had to investigate was high. So we're going to have to make an additional payment because we went over the contract, but we'll be working on that for our third quarter budget amendment. It's not devastating, but again, something we need to think about in our next contracts, making sure we're covering the number of autopsies that we need annually. And we did change the way we calculate some of them, which will really help us out next year too. Just a 5-year chart showing the budget trends, salary versus operating. You can see they have 0.3 FTEs, which is 10 part-time employees. We only had 8 when I started a year ago. We hired a 9th last year and just hired a 10th. And we're still struggling because it's getting hard enough for them to get them to covered shifts. They break a day down into 3 8-hour shifts. So they need to do about, and these are kind of paid on call type folks. They need to do about 9 or 10 of those a month, each of them just for us to cover the calendar. So that's been a bit of a struggle, but we will manage it. Next slide. That's the one you've been waiting for. Now that I'm about hoarse and your ears are tired and sore, what do you got?
Any further questions? I'd just make a comment. You presented a lot of good information, eye-opening information. I'm going to be meeting with you in the next few days to get more detail. I don't want to bog the discussion down here, but you know, I appreciate what you've done to turn around the department, and look forward to doing things that can stabilize things.
Just know that it wasn't me. It's 65 people behind me. I just sit there and point a direction, and so far they've been silly enough to follow me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is our drain commissioner. I'm going to say after this, this will be this is the last budget presentation. After this, I would take a 5-minute recess.
I wanted to say sometimes it's not always a pleasure to come here, I'll just be honest, but sometimes it is an absolute pleasure when I hear from some of my fellow department heads. And I think I've only run into Mr. Feldpausch a couple times, maybe at department director meetings, but I can tell from very little that you got the right guy. So and that doesn't stop there. Commissioner Smith caught on to something, and 10 or 15 minutes, if you hear T talking, you're pretty darn impressed with it. She runs a heck of a department. Her LEPC meetings, I would highly suggest that you make it to one. Doesn't matter what she has, she gets it done in basically an hour. I can never do what she did, so something you guys could really take a lesson on. And actually, I wasn't even listening to Murphy tonight, and I was somewhat impressed with him. So that's saying a lot. I'm going to kind of go through this quick because I know these have other things to do. I'm going to go over a little bit later some of our some of our divisions and the things we do, but I look at this page and the picture at the upper end is probably the most telling for me, where everybody has a they're standing in a barrel, or they have a chainsaw, or confined space entry equipment. That is our office. It's a external primarily office. So we have some people that come to the office, but the vast majority are out in every township that we have. If you want to move on to next one after this. Yeah, drains is never fun to talk about. I should go one more page, but I wanted to give you a perspective. Go to the next one. No, back one. There we go. One thing I want to point out here is the percentage of farm drains. And excuse me, most of you know Ken. I want to introduce my chief deputy, Ken Recker. Ken's been with me since 1997 and handles all of our stormwater. He knows what's going on in every section basically of this county, and how dry it is or wet it is or what the problems are. But I think one thing I wanted to point out here is that when you look at the percentage of farm drains that are upgraded to reflect current land use, Ken said something to me that really spells it out better than I've ever heard it. Our drains were built mostly around the turn of the century. A lot of our drains go back into the mid 1800s, and we still retain authority over those drains that were constructed around that time. That's when they were, they're still Indian encampments, and they were building the Grand River to try to get to the new the planned capital in Lansing. But it's kind of mentioned to me, he said, our drainage system was designed on a land use of about one farmstead for every quarter section. And in the same way with a lot of our roads. I mean, if you see a road cut away, you see stones and logs and all sorts of other stuff. But one farmstead per quarter section. And much of it is the same. Most of it's working off those old clay tiles. And the interesting thing about our office, because a lot of people tell us, why don't you go and replace it? But we can't. We can only improve drains, and this is somewhat surprising, if we're petitioned to do so. So if there's a break, I can replace it as is. I can enlarge it, can't improve it. I can just replace it. Where that changes is when we are petitioned by the people. So that's one oddity there. It's in that respect, a very reactionary office, which isn't always in the most enviable position to be. Might be surprised, lake levels there. And lake levels are lake improvements. We do a number of things. We contract for harvesting, for herbicide application on various lakes. We have aeration projects. Right now we have divers on Highland Lake doing dash diver assisted suction harvesting, where the divers are actually some of the plants that we can't really treat. They're using suction devices to pull those up. And a pretty new, we're the only ones I've known have done it here so far, but mostly kind of a Minnesota, Wisconsin thing. So we're engaged quite a bit with lakes, among other things. We move on to next one, soil erosion and sedimentation control. That is a function that's appointed by this body to an office in the case of Livingston County. We are the county enforcing agent. So any earth disturbance that occurs, whether you're building a house, whether you're building, sometimes even a large deck, a pole barn, a new corporation warehouse, then you have to come through the review for our office, and really the whole intent is to protect the waterways from any sedimentation that might occur during those rain events. And as you might imagine, this year's been a particular challenge for us. So we're subject to the audits of the state, which can be very interesting, and they've certainly ratcheted it up in terms of their intensity in the last 10 years. So I want to mention about you go to solid waste, the sanitary systems. We have systems all over the county, so we're pretty spread out. Those range from systems that service maybe 8 homes, 1 or 2 of those, all the way up to 35, so decentralized systems they call them. And then the Livingston regional system, we handle operations of the whole collection system, which is 3,000-4,000 people. And that waste is pumped all the way up into Genesee County, where it's treated by Genesee County Waste Division. So a lot of our office is dedicated to that, and also septic receiving. We just recently expanded that with a press facility, and that involves an awful lot of operation. It's kind of tough because we just built it, and now we're out of capacity with it. So we're going to have probably be talking to you about a part 2. And there's a number of reasons for that. And then our solid waste portion under our DPW, and we handle, I think last weekend we had household hazardous waste collection. This weekend, what is it? Electronics. So if you have any TVs, printers, whatever you need to get rid of this weekend, is the time to do it, or call our office and we can meet up with you and grab that from you. But it's pretty impressive in terms of what we're collecting, and often if there is no outlet for this, there's You know, for some reason, people feel like their old couch or their old TV, if they don't have a place to get rid of it, it belongs in a county drain. So we collect them one way or another, whether it's at these collections or we're cleaning our drains. And I don't know why that is, but it's pretty amazing. And we'll collect 55-gallon drums. I don't know what he collects, probably one of those a month, probably, full of batteries, thousands and thousands of batteries. And we pick those up. We have collection baskets in all the township halls and the libraries and a number of other places. So it, and the intent behind that is, if you're not familiar with it, is to try to reduce the probability that somebody's going to site a landfill here. So for any of you who saw some of the escapades of the past landfill that was proposed to be sited here in Livingston County, it was not fun. And so the solid waste department, with their objective is to do as much waste diversion as possible, because if you're not doing that, you don't have much of a defense when somebody wants to put a landfill in your county. And so that's kind of the reason why you see that initiative. Okay, I'm going to spend a little bit of time kind of explaining what we do. A number of you are new, and there's a lot of different things that we do, and you might be surprised about that. Stormwater management, plan review, phase 2 activity. So we do plan review for in conjunction with our townships or cities. One of us will do it, but generally they'll review it to our standards. And we have kind of a cooperative agreement with all of them to do that. And the idea is try to catch the problems up front, not create them where somebody's petitioning to put in a county drain. And unfortunately, our state works in that manner. It's kind of like you build, and if there's a problem, then you build a drain for it. It's not the right way to handle it, but that's the way we do it in Livingston County. But by doing those reviews up front, we can, you know, kind of stave off some of those, reduce them, or even eliminate them altogether. Our phase 2 activities, phase 2 kind of goes along with that. And I want to thank you all because you executed a resolution for Ken. We held out. We were the last county in the state to sign with the state on their on our approval of our stormwater regulations. And so, you know, it was one of those things where we were leading the parade, so to speak, and look back and nobody else was in back of us. All the other, they got their offers from the state and they took them. And Ken spent a lot of time going through data and cataloging it, and they relented, which if for any of our developers or builders makes a huge difference in their cost. And not that Ken was there necessarily looking out for builders and developers necessarily, but one, Ken's really cheap, and he does not like people having to spend money based on assumptions that are completely false. And it was pretty amazing for the state to acknowledge that, give us a reasonable number in terms of what we have to infiltrate, and in so doing also compliment Ken on the job he did to collect that data. So that was very impressive, and you know, last minute thing and a lot of work on his part. I mentioned soil erosion sedimentation control program, a big part of our office, especially when there's a lot of rain and a lot of development. You probably hear this from maybe your constituents. When there's a lot of rain during a year, we are very bad people. When it's dry out, yeah, we're pretty okay. So that's kind of the way this works.
We're not good on the lakes. When it's dry out.
When it's dry,
Yeah.
we're horrible people on the lakes. So we don't win with some group, depending on the weather. I mentioned municipal and small community wastewater systems, the Department of Public Works, which kind of is the umbrella sits under, created by this Board of Commissioners back in 67, I think. Does a lot of the construction, a lot of the wastewater facilities you see for the townships or for the authorities were constructed by our Board of Public Works on behalf of the townships, because when we're issuing debt under the county's bond rating, you know, when you're doing a $20-30 million job or whatever it is, there's a lot of savings involved in that. So I think since I've been here, we're easily over 100 million in projects that we've done. And it's a fantastic, amazing board with a heck of a lot of experience in there. Also under our Department of Public Works, we have a landfill. It's not anything we ever speak about as that we're proud of. We're kind of baffled why we would even have taken this at one point, but it is forever a money pit. We have to monitor it and pump leachate from it. And we actually supply drinking water to homes down gradient of it that have been impacted by the waste. So we've been doing that for years and years and years. And it never ends. At one point, we thought, you know, the feds were talking to us about having to pay carbon taxes because of methane release, and there's a lot of carbon and methane, and you know, it could be as bad as cows, apparently. So we thought, but anyway, we came in just under that limit, which was good. I mentioned the improvement projects, also lake levels. So we have, how many of those do we have?
9, I believe.
9.
Yes.
Okay. Most of them are small, but some of them are high hazard. And this gives us, because of what happened in Midland County, this is a great deal of concern, because the legislation that's being proposed right now, it is very clearly aimed in one direction, and that is to make it so expensive that people have no choice but to either get rid of them or turn them over to the county. They don't want them in private hands, in part because of what you saw in Midland County. That's because it's easier for them to beat up on governmental units that have these things. But they're no, you know, they're not a whole lot of fun to have, because you never win there. I mean, believe it or not, I've had 2 calls in one day, one saying it's the lowest they've ever seen the lake, and one saying it's the highest they've ever seen the lake. And you know, I don't know what to do other than suggest they get together, and maybe it'd work out. But that is kind of, there's a lot of difference in perception on lake levels because of property values and everything else, and people have a lot invested in there. So we're kind of concerned at what the state's doing. Now, realistically, we're a couple decades behind our neighboring states in terms of dam regulation, but we're concerned where this is heading. And I'm told that's already started. There's been a wave of dams being turned over, petitioned to local units. And in fact, the big rain in June, we had 2 dam owners. One came into the office that day and said, how do I turn this over? And there was another guy that did as well. So there's a number of them we see coming, which is concerning to us. So we'll keep you apprised on what's going on with the legislature there. But when you have you know, such devastation, you know, like you had on those 2 dams, and of course now Mike Murphy's property is dry. You know, we're gonna bear the brunt of that one, apparently. As you might imagine, existing drains and new drains, which it might surprise you, Michigan is probably about the 5th wettest in the union, and Livingston County probably ranks right up there in terms of you know, the top 10 wettest counties. So it's a challenge. The good thing we're in the headwaters, our drains tend to be small, but there's other challenges with that. We're, you know, fairly sparsely populated, so the cost, especially for farmers, can be pretty significant when we actually do a drain project. And then I mentioned solid waste and household hazardous waste programs that we do. We have the planning committee, just our structure is showing the various divisions we have. And, you know, we have 23 people. And it's pretty amazing because everybody works across. We're small enough that we can't stay in one. So we have, even our accountant will go out and help fix wastewater pumps on occasion. So, and it works out really well to do that because it makes everybody a closer team. Go to the next one. One of the things we're working on, Ken has been working on with the building department, is to establish some type of criteria for when homes go in, because, you know, inevitably when somebody builds next to somebody else that's been there, they build up higher, the water goes off, these people are mad, you know, and then they build up, and then the guy that originally was doing the flooding is now flooded, and you know, and it's our fault somehow, but that's the way this works. So having some type of better take on that when the plans are coming in, and it's kind of, it's pretty dicey, but there's a lot of complexity to it. But of course, Jim Rowell has been great to work with, and we hope to roll that out. I'd mentioned the initiative with the other counties on phase 2. And actually, some of this may be a little bit old.
We do have our new phase 2 permit.
Yeah, we do have that, so that was good. Going to move on. Just an idea of what's happening with our soil erosion permits. We're actually ahead of last year, so you see the 2021 number is a little bit shy, but we'll probably end up above 2020 by the end of the year. Gives you an idea of what's happened to our buildings since our high of 2005. Next. Our Livingston Regional, so this is the system that services Heartland and Tyrone Townships. You can see our flow. Obviously, we've been growing in the last few years, and so very healthy system. We went from, when we started, having, you know, no money, actually having maybe more like negative money, to having plenty of reserves and having a full capital improvements plan and the rates built in to finance that. So much, in fact, that it looks like, and we'll see what the final model comes out, that that we probably will not be seeing any rate increases for the next several years. And if anything, very, very minor. So we can hold, we're going to hold probably at 0 for the time being. So we'll see what happens with inflation and that type of stuff. So we're pretty proud of where we've come with this system. Next, septic receiving. This is I say this looks like a contrived business plan, but we basically never expected to go beyond what we saw in 2011, maybe 12 million gallons. We're at roughly 36 million now, and that has created more problems because we have too much, and you know, in a good way, but now we're facing other issues with permitting with Genesee County and what have you. The good thing is, by having this much and being efficient, you know, we actually just built an $8 million facility and lowered our rates to the haulers. And that's because the facility is removing a lot of our cost by removing the waste strength, and we have to pay surcharges to Genesee. So it's not often you spend 8 million and bring down your fees. So that's probably, we've held steady with fees for quite a few years, and then actually brought it down. And my understanding from our consultants that this is, in terms of volume, the largest septic facility in terms of volume outside of Anaheim, California. So I thought that was pretty impressive. Probably, I was guessing it was the most advanced system. It's all pretty much automated. So we're obviously very proud of that. We were able to eliminate land application of septic. So all that was going on our farmlands at some point. Next. This is the dewatering facility that we just constructed. When we first started working on this, well, let me see, that was 12 million gallons a year when we started working on this. So now we're at the point where this press is, unless we can work 24 hours, is not pressing all of the waste that Genesee would like us to press. So a combination of some changes in the way Genesee and what Genesee wants us to do, and also the volume, we're going to have to do something differently out there. But it's an impressive facility. If anybody wants to see it, please let me know. We'd be happy to take you on a, if you don't mind the smell, but it's actually not too bad. We've got some pretty advanced, ionizers out there and things like that, but it's still always an issue with odor, but an impressive facility, especially when you consider we have that advanced of a facility, far more, indoor offloading, automation, everything else, and we're it's compared to some places we charge half of what they do for basically to be able to pull up and put your hose in a hole in the ground. And we have these facilities. So we're pretty proud that we're able to do that for far less than most other facilities out there. Just some of the lake projects I had mentioned, there's our 4 lakes. Takes a lot of time. And of course, we have others that are looking to petition, and we hope they don't, because this takes an awful lot of our resources. And of course, the expectation becomes is, well, you did it for this year or 2 years, you are lake maintenance people, and we're not. So we have to, like anything else, manage the expectations to let them know we can do it as long as we have the resources. But if it comes down to having to choose between making sure that there's no weeds in front of their dock and trying to prevent somebody from flooding, it's the people that are flooding that get the priority. And then as we see, one thing we are seeing more and more is more intense rainfall. We can see that with our highways that have been closed on occasion. Some of this is unprecedented, and like MDOT and everybody else, we're struggling because the current infrastructure was not made to handle the type of intensity storms that we're seeing. So this is a problem throughout much of the Midwest, and it's expected to get even worse, which concerns us. Obviously, we see down on the Huron River, we have a lot of homes in the floodway there, and that gives us a lot of concern. Moving forward. Just a list of our petition projects that are ongoing, and from the time we get a petition to the time that we actually build it, because it's like Ken has to talk with all the thousands of homeowners. Ken has to try to acquire easements, so meet the people out there and to get those easements, do all the coordination with the engineer. And so we have to pull off some because other ones are more important, have broader impacts, and we have to concentrate on those. And of course, usually what we find out is we have big expensive projects with relatively few people sharing in them, which is, you don't like to have an assessment where you're paying several thousand a year for 15 or 20 years. So we try to avoid that at all possible, but oftentimes it's pretty difficult. Next slide. Some of our collection results, whether it's scrap tires, batteries, in pounds. So in 2020, we were 30,000 pounds in batteries. It's a lot of batteries. Electronic waste collection. I think COVID kind of kept us out of it for 1 or 2 of our collections in 2020. But I think we've had 1 so far this year, and the next one is coming up this weekend. Saturday, yeah. Where's that at? Is that our office?
Road Commission.
Oh, road commission, yeah, yeah. I've already talked about plan review and phase 2 coordination. Okay, the future. I want to talk about this because, and I mentioned the dam issue. We're extraordinarily concerned about where the state is headed here. Maybe that's the way it has to go, but we have one guy in his job description. He's a soil erosion inspector. He has one paragraph, one bullet point that describes, and this is going to get a whole lot more serious very quickly. So the other day we were down at the Highland Dam with an underwater drone. One of our consultants was testing it, so we were underwater. And so we're talking about, in the past, some of these inspections are walkovers, and we see any water coming through, we need to patch up some concrete, that type of thing. We're expecting this to go to a whole different level, which means, if you haven't sheet piled that thing, or you don't have a slurry trench installed in your berms there, then basically, and maybe even with those, you're going to be monitoring moisture content in those berms. You're going to be doing underwater, video of your dams, which we didn't used to do. So it's going to get more expensive. It's going to get more complex, and they're already gearing up with a lot more regulations. So I'm kind of concerned with that. Some lakes, they just don't have the wherewithal. They're not going to be able to afford what it is going to require to build this up to pretty high standards. And so I see a number of these, number of lakes potentially that may have to get rid of their dam, something they're probably not too happy to do. And of course, one of the frustrations for us is dealing with the legislature, with Eagle, who, without changes in our laws, changed dramatically their rules. And sometimes the cost for our drain projects to adhere to their standards are more than the cost of the project itself, and all the engineering and the construction. And that's really concerning, because you can get to the point where you can drive people out of their homes from the assessment trying to protect them. And so that's been and continues to be a very strong concern with us. And we see that whether it's with the dams or anything else, it's an attempt to move everything, right or wrong, into public hands. And we're leery about that for a number of reasons, but that's not the only thing we're leery about. And because I can't remember what I say about people, I just like to get it all out. I'm just going to be kind of like Murphy in that regard. But I just like to say, the first time in my career, I've told my staff that I'm scared. I've never said that before. I've never felt that because the obstacles have always been always been a challenge to overcome. But there's some that are coming that I can't see a way over. And when it's internal, and by that, and I don't probably not of the two, the most major one, but I'm concerned about this body, about what's happened in your deliberations, the impact that it's had on departments. This body actually engaged in a discussion of whether one of our departments and all 8 of our 110-pound nurses were going to charge into our schools and start immunizing people. The fact that we even get engaged in that discussion is I'm speechless. And so I wonder now what happens if you get an angry group of people that comes in here and says, oh, Brian's asking for money for this drain under the ARPA funds, and he wants to create a tsunami and wipe out our side of the lake. Are we going to engage in that resolution and say, Brian, we'll give you the money, but you can't wipe out the people on this side of the lake? At what point do we say This is ridiculous, despite the fact that you have 100 people yelling at you, and it's not easy. I understand that. But the damage has been done to our departments, and especially the health department. And those people are so intensely dedicated. I was in, I don't know if I'm supposed to admit this, but I was immunized. So I don't know, maybe that'd be a bad thing. I don't know, but I took it because I didn't want to get sick. I didn't want to worry about that because we got too much going on. And I was down there, and of course, you know, I've known EH for a long time. I started working with EH when I first came to the county, and they enjoy putting needles in me. So they fight over who gets to put needle in me. But then they were taking, collecting money from the other nurses. They're paying for lunch for themselves and for some of the National Guard volunteers. And I'm like, you guys have to pay for lunch? Oh yeah, pretty much every time. You know, that was the dedication. So I'm disappointed that we got to the point that we did. It concerns me for the future. So I actually have to, for the future, try to plan to see, to be very careful about how I approach this board. Because I don't have the staff, much like other departments here, that I can deal with that type of being consumed with some of these kind of ridiculous accusations. So I don't know how I do that, but I know I have to look at it. I don't have a choice. At some point, I think you guys have to say enough is enough. We're not going to, people are creating this problem, marginalize them, and move on. It's not easy. As somebody told me when I first started, when I asked them how I know what decision to make on an important topic, they said just make the right decision, which I thought was stupid because that's what I was asking them. How do I know what the right decision is? And after a number of years, I figured it out. It's almost always the most difficult decision to make, but you know what the right decision is. And so I feel for you, feel for, you know, there's a lot of people worked up, obviously, but I think we have to do better. I think our employees are owed, they deserve a lot better support for this. I have seen people I never thought I would ever see cry being reduced to tears. There are people that have been, feel that they're being targeted. Maybe they're not very conservative. I actually have, maybe I'm not supposed to admit this, I have a couple people, I don't know, more than I know, that are fairly liberal thinkers. And we don't want them to go because they do a great job. And we learn a lot from them. And the fact of the matter is when people come into my office, it doesn't matter what they are. They Buddhist, we have a Buddhist camp here in Livingston County, and we work with them, believe it or not. But the communists, we get all sorts, whether it's somebody that's, you know, on the far extreme, or it's my mom and dad, they deserve that same treatment. So I'm gonna get off that, but I also want to talk about probably what I consider the biggest challenge to our office is, you know, we're going to probably be here requesting some money at some point, and who wouldn't, but we cannot find contractors now. You know, luckily we can still get them for emergency operations, but I'm not sure what we're going to do if we can't find them now when they unleash trillions on this economy. So I hope I'm wrong, but I expect to see something we've never seen before in terms of what's going to happen to this economy. So right now, we can do our construction projects, and we can't do the real big ones, but we can do them for sometimes, depending on what it is, up to 50% less with my staff than with a contractor. But I don't have enough staff to do all those. And this is without the money being unleashed. And it's only going to get worse. And that is what scares me the most. We're probably going to invest in a lot of construction equipment because it's hard to get. The lead times, even to order it and get it, are months. And I can't be left in a situation where people don't have wastewater service and I can't fix it because I can't find contractors. So this to me is certainly one of the biggest transformations that I think we will ever see. I hope I'm wrong, but if we can't find them now, when they unleash hundreds of billions of dollars, it's going to get far worse. So I'm very concerned about that. I think even as a county, we should probably talk about services inwardly, how we can work together with, facility services and that type of thing, because I think a lot of things are going to change when that money comes out. And it might be worth, I think it'd really be worth getting a number of departments together to try to anticipate what could happen, what happens when we can't hire those services done. And, but I'm scared, so, and I don't normally say that. But that was it. I'm sorry it took so long, but does anybody have any? Oh, no, I'm not done yet. This is pretty easy. We're, one thing, we're about 10%, so our revenue from the drain office, about 10% the size of Murphy, and reimbursed the county 3 times as much money with 10% of the staff. I thought that was pretty impressive. Something for Mike. So, but primarily what this is, and and we're lucky in that regard, because anything we do, we have roughly 400 districts, and those are each public corporations. They're actually separate units of government. And when we do work there, when anybody goes there, when they drive a truck there, and they have a shovel in their hand, and they have the seeder, or they have a tractor, all that it's assessed to that drain, and the representatives and or the landowners pay that. Also, the local units in the county share in that. And then I think the smaller blue one is what we receive in soil erosion permits and fees, and then we got some of the miscellaneous stuff for some other revenue, copies and that type of thing. But so what our proposed budget is 2.5 million, and most of that 1.3 million is reimbursed. And hopefully Cindy's not going to correct me on that one, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on that one. Just to give you an idea, probably not unlike any of the other departments where salaries and benefits are certainly our biggest component in operation. Similar to everybody else, computers and phones are a large part of what we do, and probably will continue to be. Interestingly, as we integrate more technology into our stations, we realize a lot of savings there, because we don't have to respond. We can control everything remotely. It's a tremendous savings, but we can also pay some of those costs back to our IT department when they're being used for those other facilities. And we're also working with IT to transfer a lot of those technologies in-house here. So our server controls and our cameras, that type of thing. It's obviously salaries are the biggest one. We've added I think a couple to our sanitary. We're actually fully staffed in sanitary, not fully staffed in stormwater. So hopefully we'll be back to full strength. And that's partly because our sanitary crew keeps stealing our stormwater crew. So it's kind of the internal, and which is good, because in the past, we've never been able to hire people, give them those raises, but we now have some great skills, and they have the qualifications and the drive where we routinely do that. So that's nice to be able to do. Capital improvement, we have a lot of capital improvement, obviously Livingston regional, but again, all of these things are say self-funding for the most part, but any of those costs are all assessed back. Our DPW revenue on 23,000, it's
a one-person department.
Yes. BT. Yeah, Rob Spalding runs that, and so he's it, but he does have the support of a larger department. So I probably still give it to T as being the smallest, but the same thing. Most of our DPW support is actually in the drain office, but Rob has a big part of that. Of course, he has to do the landfill and those other things we're involved with. Prior year spending trends, obviously not a big budget because we essentially, the DPW, handles, oversight of construction projects. So, and I think I'm trying to figure out what, essentially that's Rob's cost that goes in there and the cost to have all of our collections, electronics collections, that type of thing. There's a revenue for septage receiving, about 2.5 million. And then we have some other fees for registration and that type of thing. So that's it's nice when we have that facility. Any of the staff, as soon as they walk into that facility and they're involved, that they're getting, the county's getting reimbursed for that time. So again, here's one of the things where our operating far exceeds the cost of our salaries. And a lot of that, I think, is owed to the automation that we have. Because we don't have a big sanitary crew considering all the systems we have. So if we can do it more remotely, it's more fiscally feasible for us. Same thing, it's up to professional services. So we have a lot of obviously contracts with engineers and others working on various projects out there. Landfill, this is not one where the county really gets any benefit. Trying to think of any benefit that it has, other than we have used it for Balloon Fest as a target for the balloonists to throw their bean bags. That's about the only time it's ever proved to be of value to anybody. I will say when I started, I think we were spending $250,000 on it, and we've had these edicts from the state and it's gone up and down, but we've slowly been ramping that down as some of the contaminants decrease. We've been able to convince the state to allow us to reduce our sampling and that type of thing, and that's reduced costs.
PFAS has pushed it back up a little bit.
PFAS, so. And then next year there'll be XFOS, the next killer chemical. So, so that's it. Any questions?
Questions from commissioners?
Chairman.
Commissioner Gross.
Brian, one of the, in your list of petitions, made reference to Woodland Lake and improvements to their dam. Is that the dam that Mr. Pataki calls us about every once in a while?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard from him for a while. Is he kind of laying in the weeds waiting for something, or?
And the one thing they had going was a repair to the dam that was identified, and they were able to convince the township to levy a special assessment to do that, for which we thanked Brighton Township excessively for handling that. So it didn't come to us, but I suspect when these regulations hit, they'll be one of the first ones that come to us. I could be wrong, but there's going to be a lot more risk associated with maintaining a dam. And Woodland, I will say I'm impressed with their structure. I think they've got a pretty good dam. Some of it's fairly old, but it's
in good condition for a 90-year-old structure.
Yeah, it is.
90-year-old structure. Thanks.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would propose a 5-minute recess unless there's without, yeah. Come back at 10 till. Be ready to go at 10 till. Opportunity to bring important information to the board. I would ask if you have comments for the board that you direct them to me, criticisms that you direct them to me. If we get off track on that, I'm going to end up gaveling people down so we can keep the meeting flowing. I don't want to do it, but I want to have an orderly and efficient meeting. So we'll start here in the room. Anybody? Sherry.
Pretty scary that you know my name already. My name is Sherry LaRue, and I live in Green Oak Township. And I'm here all by myself today and not surrounded by 50 of my neighbors. And I'm sure that that makes you very happy. Usually I talk in the I sense. In other words, I can say I feel or I think, but I've been tasked by those neighbors that aren't beside me to let you know that we appreciate you listening, we appreciate you hearing, but that the battle for our God-given freedoms and our liberties that are protected by the Constitution still rages on. It's just in a different battlefield today. It seems like Mondays are meeting Mondays around the county, if you will. But again, they wanted me to express our thanks for listening, for being heard. And we want to let you know that we are here to encourage and support all of you, to oftentimes offer criticism that you may or may not want. But again, our prayers for you all during this difficult time as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? We'll switch to Zoom here. I see, Julie, if you give your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Julie McDonald, Osceola Township. I came tonight to mention that there was a Department of Health and Human Services board member opening for Livingston County representative that only a few people knew about. I'm in touch with quite a few folks in the know in this town, and nobody, let alone the average citizen, seemed to be aware that that position had. It seemed not even currently holding a seat was notified in order to have a chance to continue serving. So the only person who did apply for the appointment is Leanne. I'm not even going to pretend to know how to pronounce her last name, but she is strongly anti-vaccine, anti-mask, anti-health and science, as demonstrated by the recent protests that she has led on Livingston County's health department. And by definition, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, quote, oversees health policy and management, especially critical role considering that we're in the middle of a new phase of the pandemic. And so we're considering putting a January 6th insurrectionist into this important role, somebody who has lied publicly, insisting the attack on our Capitol was just a peaceful protest. She posted proud selfies of herself there that deadly day when our democracy was attacked. She is clearly mentally unstable and hardly one to hold a position of such importance. On the application, there's a section that states, please list prior and or current experience with community organizations and activities, both those involved with human services and those pertaining to other areas. Quote, we deserve to know what credentials and qualifications she wrote under this question. I want to know what qualifications this dangerous extremist could possibly have to make her an appropriate board member.
Julie, if you would refrain from the insults, it would be much preferred.
Well, so MDHS County board member application says The applicant must, quote, join in cooperative efforts to ensure programs are administered in total compliance with state and federal laws. How can this person be trusted to, quote, ensure programs are administered in total compliance with state and federal laws, quote, when she literally was a part of the movement that tried to violently overthrow our government? This person has no business being anywhere near public health policy during a pandemic, given her QAnon and conspiracy beliefs. Though the position was posted on the county website from August 13th through the 27th, this was hardly an attempt at reaching the public. Given the current health crisis we are in, I would think that a bit more effort would have been taken to make sure the public was aware such an important position was open. There was no listings under the Livingston County information page, the Livingston County Health Department page, MDHHS, the state social media platforms, none of them weren't used. It seems awfully convenient that this person has quietly slipped into this role without so much of them as an opponent being considered. So we know that this is happening.
Your time is up. Sorry.
The board must consider reopening the seat, even
Your
for
time
one
is up.
to deepen the pool of candidates. I encourage the board to provide Livingston County the best possible representative as possible.
Turn off her mic. I'm going to make a comment here because I spoke with this is for my colleagues on the board. I spoke with our county administrator about this. In fact, he brought it to my attention. We have documentation, an email sent to the incumbent saying, hey, you need to apply, and we got no response back. So not only was the job posted or the appointment posted, but the incumbent was emailed to notify her, I believe it was her, that she would need to reply. There was no response. So anyway, I'm going to move on in the discussion. Donna Smith, if you give state your full name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Donna Smith, and I'm in Osceola Township. And I'm asking the commission that you do not vote on appointing Leanne tonight, and instead extend the application deadline or reopen it so that others can apply. Putting her on the board would be extremely detrimental to people in this community. I strongly believe she would not vote and act in the best interest of our community. Instead, I believe she would further her own extremist agenda, and that would significantly impact our children and those receiving services from LCHD. It would be irresponsible to appoint someone to the public health board that does not believe in science and refuses to believe in valid scientific data and evidence that support the use of masks and vaccines as safe and effective mitigation strategies against a communicable disease. As a member of this community, I don't want someone on a public health board who adamantly denies science. I am in public health, and to do that would be irresponsible and downright negligent. As a citizen of this community, I don't want her on the board. I would like someone on the board who believes in science and will listen to the actual scientific data and make the best choices based on actual facts. And I do not believe she would do this. Now that this has gotten out there and people are aware of the role, I believe there are others who would apply, who would be a much better choice to be appointed to this board. Do not vote tonight. The board deserves to have someone appointed who supports the science and will work with the public health officials to do what is truly best for the members of our community, and not someone who believes in conspiracy theories and ignores legitimate data for lies and pseudoscience. I am asking those with even a shred of decency to not vote on this matter tonight. Do not appoint this unqualified candidate. Otherwise, the impact will be devastating for those who truly care about our community and for our public health department. The board must consider reopening the seat, even for 1 week, to deepen the pool of candidates. And I and many others encourage the board to provide Livingston County with the best possible representative. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer, if you provide state your full name and address, or your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Jennifer Cross. I'm from Howell Township. So I too am speaking tonight to urge you to extend the application period for the Livingston County's Michigan Department of Health and Human Services seat to allow for a deeper application pool. The incumbent said today that she was denied an application for her seat because the application period had ended. What was done? I want to know what was done by the Board of Commissioners to reach out to her, pass an email. I do recognize that the administrator sent her an email, but with such a, we are in a pandemic. So I would imagine, and I would hope that she is using her resources wisely. It just seems to me that this is a common trend among this group to not reach out to current seat holders when they are trying to appoint someone that's more aligned with their own personal views. We saw this a few weeks ago with Mr. Williams. I'm interested, did he ever get that phone call? This, once again, is the board overreaching into a lane they have no business in. The person you are suggesting to represent our county is dangerous for your constituents' health and wellness. Her anti-science, misinformation, anti-American, and anti-vax agenda have no place in our community. What are her qualifications? After the embarrassment last week, this would only continue to shine light on the negative things that's going on with this board. People in this county are noticing and will remember because we will remind them. One more question. How could this board appoint someone to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Committee who just a few weeks ago was in front of our health department protesting funds for our health department? COVID doesn't care if she doesn't believe in COVID. It's real, it's a virus, and it's killing people. This appointment is irresponsible, dangerous, and another reminder of what needs to change in our local government. Please consider reopening the application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Hamlin, if you state your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jessica Hamlin, Osceola Township. I am speaking in support of Leanne. I'm also finding a little bit of a trend as well when people miss information for appointments and that the board gets blamed for it. And then all of a sudden, either it's a revote or a reapplication cycle. So I am in support of Leanne just because she does not agree with mandated masks and vaccines, does not make her anti anything. She certainly is not anti-American. Actually, she's quite the opposite by not wanting things to be forced upon constituents and her community. So I'm speaking in support of Leanne and also in support of moving forward, because again, when things don't go a certain way, we cannot continue to do revotes and reapplication processes. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you. Katie Deck, if you state your full name and your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Katie Deck from Howell. I am also asking that you reopen the selection process for the Livingston County representative for MDHHS. It seems as though this was not a well-known open position. It seems as the incumbent wasn't even aware. Maybe she was sent an email, but for someone who was in the position for 10 years, it seems she deserves a little bit more maybe effort to reach her and give her that respect. For this reason, I don't believe we have an adequate representation of candidates. As a nurse myself, I know we have a code of ethics to do no harm. I think attending the Capitol on January 6th goes against that code. So I am asking you to please reconsider. It seems like this board does not support our healthcare system very well. So I'm asking that you do this one thing to maybe show that you can support it a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Braska, if you state your full name and your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, Justin Braska. I just want to first thank all the commissioners for listening with everything going on with the last vote that was 6-3. Thank you for the no votes and also the yes votes. Really feel like this is a board that does care, and you can tell if you've been coming to the meetings and listening, you guys seem to take everything that everybody says into consideration. And and really use that to make your decisions. And I really appreciate that. With that being said, I support the vote going ahead tonight. I haven't looked into it to a ton, but I can tell you I was at the rally some of these people were talking about on Sunday, and it was not an anti-mask or an anti-vaccine rally. It was about giving people choice. And again, there seems to be a disconnect where certain people think people shouldn't be allowed to have any choices. And that's where I have a problem. But again, I really appreciate all of you. Thank you for everything that you've done. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else that hasn't already spoken. Go ahead. If you come up and Leanne, state your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Leanne Blazejeski, and I am currently, I'm the one that applied for the Human Services Board. I just wanted to remind the board that I've been pursuing this position since February, when I emailed Commissioner Zajac, and I CC'd Commissioner Nakagiri and Commissioner Drick my interest in being on this board. I am a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse for nearly 3 decades. I'm licensed in the state of Michigan. I am a PhD candidate in public health. I will be matriculating this month. I'm also a former military spouse, and in my capacity as a military spouse for 23 years, I represented our country overseas and here at home. My grandfather was a veteran who died at the Battle of the Bulge. My family has served as in the role of deputy sheriff, and I'm very committed to our country, so much so that I took my youngest daughter to see what could be done to speak up when you are in opposition to something, instead of burning cities down. My youngest daughter's a teenager. I wanted to show her an example because we had just been through a whole entire summer of our children seeing on television that in order to have a voice, you needed to go and burn down the city of Seattle and go into Portland, Oregon, and cause all kinds of chaos there. I wanted to show her that you don't need to do that. You can go and march peacefully, which is exactly what we did. So I am proud of the fact that I went on January 6th. I was not part of any of the turmoil that occurred. In fact, I said from on that day until now, I personally didn't witness anything like what I've seen on the news. I don't deny that it happened. Obviously it happened. I wasn't part of it, but I did use my constitutional right to go and peacefully protest. In addition, I am not anti-vax. I have written numerous research articles that describe
15 seconds.
the benefits of vaccinations. So I want people to have a choice, just like one of the other gentlemen said. That's why I was there. The sign I held at the protest it said my choice. So thank you for your time.
Brenda's iPad. You state your full name and.
Hi, Brenda Lindsay, Osceola Township. I just asked that you reopen the posting so we can find the best qualified person for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Pisha, if you state your full name and your address or your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Amber Pisha of City of Howell. I am here tonight to ask the board to not vote tonight for the Livingston County MDHS HS seat. I ask the board to reopen the seat to further allow more appropriate applicants and choices. And I am curious as to the practice in past years for our incumbent, Marilyn Hisson, and if this year was the same practice as in last year's. And again, please reopen the applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise O'Connell, if you state your full name and your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Denise O'Connell, Heartland Township. First off, I want to thank the board for their due diligence with the grant money that was voted down 6-2. I believe that you did listen to the residents, and we appreciate that. We pray for your wisdom each day. On Leanne's appointment, I hope that you will continue forward with that. I have known Leanne for almost 2 years. I know her to be a very kind woman. She does her research. She is a nurse. She does have her training in public health. I believe that she would be a great representative from Livingston County. And I hope that you will do the vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marion Township, if you provide your full name and your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sherry Valdez, Marion Township, and I am asking that you reopen the process to allow us to get a wider variety of candidates for this position. I'm very concerned that we have someone that you're attempting to place on this board that openly goes to rallies that are kind of opposed to what would be best for the public health of our community. I realize that she thinks she's for choice. There is nobody has taken choice away, so I don't even know what they're rallying about. There are no mask mandates. There are no vaccine mandates. So it seems to me like there was maybe some backroom dealing going on about this early on in the process. Maybe that Mr. Nakagiri was kind of hand selecting somebody to represent his position. I don't know, but it doesn't look very straightforward to me. And I would really question the process in which this is done. I realize the incumbent in the position right now, the MDHHS is extremely busy, extremely underfunded, and they have their hands full right now with this pandemic. And if she missed an email, I certainly would understand why. And I think she deserves any due consideration that she should have been notified before they try to slide her out of this process. So I'm asking that Leanne Blajewski not be voted upon tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Karlovich Foster, if you state your full name and your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Janice Karlovich Foster, and I'm a resident of Green Oak Township, District 8. And I am just speaking out to ask you to reopen the appointment for the State Health Department board seat from Livingston County. I feel like we definitely need a wider range of candidates, and there are definitely people that should be considered, including the incumbent. And she probably did have her hands full, and the way these appointments are being pushed on political agendas, I think makes our county look really bad. And I would really urge the county commissioners to stop putting politics into all of these appointments that have come up lately, from the Metro Parks Board to this health department position. So I'm urging you to reopen the appointment and consider a wider range of candidates tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Danielle, if you state your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Danielle Anjo, Brighton Township. And I just basically wanted to come on and say that I think that Leanne is a fine candidate for the position. She's been a nurse for a long time. She's got a pretty open mind, and she does certainly care about her community. And so I just wanted to say that I think she would be excellent. Thanks.
Thank you. Lisa Fetters, if you state your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lisa Fetters and I'm from Howell Township. I'm also asking the board if you could please not vote on the position that you guys are going to vote on this evening, and it would be reopened for other candidates to apply, which would give us a wider array of candidates to choose from. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne Black, if you state your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Yvonne Black and I'm from Marion Township. And I just want to clear the air that I'm the person who notified Leanne Blazewski about the opening for the position, because I thought she would be an amazing candidate for this. She was very, very grateful. She told me that she had been trying to get on that position. And I just want to clear the air that there's no dirty deals going behind the back of anybody. If the person who's currently in that position doesn't know that her position is expiring in 1 month, then she needs to stop blaming other people and take responsibility for not realizing that her position was expiring, that she needed to reapply. So I would like the board to definitely not reconsider anyone else for the position, because Leanne is an amazing person. She does have an extensive medical background in nursing, and I think she would be a very open-minded, wonderful candidate for the position. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya's iPhone, if you state your full name, city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Tanya DeFever from Handy Township. I would like to ask you to please reopen the application process so that we can have a variety of candidates. We spent weeks discussing whether we should give our own health department money, weeks. And I would deeply appreciate if you would also listen with this issue, and if we could have more discussion and have the opportunity to have a wider variety of candidates. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the call to public and move on into the agenda. Item number 8 on the agenda is approval of minutes. There are 3 sets of minutes, one dated September 13th, September 22nd, and closed session minutes dated September 13th. I'm looking for a motion to approve all 3 sets of minutes.
Motion to approve all 3 sets of minutes. Gross.
Support. Motion by Commissioner Gross, support by Commissioner Zajac. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9 is tabled items from previous meetings. There are no tabled items, so we'll move on to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second, Drick.
Motion by Commissioner Zajac, support by Commissioner Drick. Any discussion on the agenda? I know any discussion on the agenda?
Mr. Commissioner.
Commissioner Smith.
I would respectfully ask that we add to the agenda, amend the agenda to add the resolution I submitted last week with the changes I made today. There was a two typos and a clarification that was pointed out to me. This would be for the funding of the health department using ARPA funds.
Is there support?
I'll support.
Do we need support for that, or do we just?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, so support by Commissioner Zajac to place, just a reminder for commissioners, this is a resolution that has not gone through the committee process. Per our rules, to place this on the agenda, bypassing the committee process requires 6 votes. I just wanted to state that. So so there's a motion by Commissioner Smith, support by Commissioner Zajac. Is there any discussion on that particular item? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Plank.
I would like to, I think this should run through our subcommittee only because I think it was like dropped at the last minute. I would like some more time to review it before we move on. Is that something that we can do?
It would be up to the majority, a 6, if there were 6 votes to place on the agenda, it would be placed on the agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I believe that the funding of the health department is very important. If we dismiss if we don't approve this discussion tonight, we need to have a discussion that will give supplemental funding to the health department. So if we're going to have more discussion, we at least need to have if this isn't passed, and I understand that the chairman has a resolution that he may ask to add to the agenda also. I think we need to discuss it tonight. If we don't pass these, we very definitely need to have a supplemental funding for the health department. So I favor moving forward with it, but if we don't move forward, we do need to do something tonight.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I want to chime in on the discussion. So I will be, after the vote on this amendment for the agenda, be putting forward a request to amend the agenda to talk about a resolution that is similar in nature, and that it would, providing funding for the health department of Livingston County. I have provided a written copy to all commissioners, but anyway, I just wanted to let you know I would be making that request after the vote for on the proposal, the resolution by Commissioner Smith. Is there any other discussion? We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Reader,
Yes.
Commissioner Nakagiri,
No.
Commissioner Helserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Drick,
No.
Commissioner Zajac,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffith,
Yes.
Commissioner Gross,
Yes.
and Commissioner Plank.
No.
Motion carries.
So that will be added to the agenda. I have another, as I said, a resolution similar to Commissioner Smith's. Would look for if there's a motion or interest in discussing that also tonight.
I would so move.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Zajac. Any, I'll kick off the discussion. There are needs for the Livingston County Health Department that are elaborated on in the resolution that I'm putting forward. The resolution just in a nutshell, is a very limited scope, adds to things. Well, you can read the resolution, but there's no need to pass both of them. One of them hopefully will pass. If not, we'll have to determine funding in a future meeting. So any questions, comments about placing this on the agenda? Roll call, please.
Mr. Chair, if both of these items are defeated tonight, is there a possibility of putting on a limited continuation for this at that point? May we add another resolution at that point? With the same, I think it's with a 2/3 vote. I think that we can do that.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm fine.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Helserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Drick,
Yes.
Commissioner Zajac,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffith,
Yes.
Commissioner Gross,
Yes.
Commissioner Plank,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Reader,
No.
Commissioner Nakagiri.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I'll just so we have a clear direction, I'll make a motion so that the amended agenda puts your resolution first and Commissioner Smith's second.
Is there any objection? No objection. We'll list them that way.
I do have a question. Mr. Smith's resolution was voted on first.
Right, so I'm making a motion so that we consider the order. If it doesn't pass, then that's okay, but that's my motion.
Is it, so motion to place the order of the amendments in the manner that Commissioner Zajac had suggested. Is there support?
Support Griffith.
I'll just give my rationale if I can.
Yes.
Only reason being, I suspect that the dollar amount on the first one will be lower than the second one. And if commissioners don't want a lower dollar amount, they like your resolution better, I suppose 2 million could be implemented for XXX. So that's my rationale.
Any discussion on?
I have a question. I'm sorry for the order. Are we, how did this end up? Are we voting now for the first resolution to go on the agenda, followed by the second, which is the draft? Is that what we're voting on right now?
My motion was the opposite order. The draft
draft
to come
first.
first and then Commissioner Smith's to come second.
Okay, I'm very sorry. I'm going to change my support then. On that.
I want to check because there's no dollar amount.
The dollar amount is up to the Board of Commissioners.
It's your resolution.
So there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Zajac to set the order of deliberation on the two amended, the two amendments. Support was withdrawn by Commissioner Griffith. Is there support?
I'll support it.
Support by Commissioner Helserman. Is there any further discussion?
So if this is voted down, we will go in the order that it's given. Is that
correct?
The understanding. Okay.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Zajac,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffith,
No.
Commissioner Gross,
No.
Commissioner Plank,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Commissioner Reader,
No.
Commissioner Nakagiri,
Yes.
Commissioner Helserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Drick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next on the agenda is reports. Are there any reports from commissioners?
Chairman,
Commissioner Gross.
I have a report in which I may run over the 5 minutes. I would ask the chairman's indulgence. Over the last year and a half, our health department has labored long and hard to battle the COVID pandemic, oftentimes working long hours, weekends, doing their very best to help the residents of our community. I understand that some of those folks were on the verge of tears last week, and I would like to take a few minutes to give public recognition to those folks and their efforts. I'd like to recognize Courtney Rentwitz, Tess Killian, Jennifer Battlement, Ashley Buda, Jennifer Grosdick, Emma Harmon, Lynn Herman, Liz Levin Sparenberg, Michelle Steele, Jackie Marks, Elizabeth Stam, Linda Wyman, Sherry Joliet, Jennifer Kaiser, Lucy Sikora, Kathleen Burton, Paige McFall, Patricia Moore, Laura Deloney, Janet Slavin, Jennifer Grosdick, Catherine Kennedy, Diana Bauman, Dorothy Benton, Valerie Greaves, Asher Grinnell, Crystal Haydick, Andrea Hughes, Melanie Klenk, Pamela Lewis, Deborah McGurk, Patricia Murphy, Catherine Peckins, Marianne Pedigo, Nicole Barron, Chris Moyer, Nicole Notter, Stephanie Keys, Michelle Benyek, Sharon Considine, Rebecca Cook, Lindsay Calbera, Terry Kirsten, Julie Young, Christopher Filey, Kristen Flory, Laura Kelly, Amy Pendell, Gregory Barron, Rosalie Barron, Renee Benyak, Paula Blankenship, Judy Birdgress, Megan Eagle, Mary Killian, Mary St. Pierre, Elizabeth Van Sickle, and Sandra Williams. There are many other employees in the health department who contributed to the process, but I wanted to mention these names specifically. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but I have a question for legal counsel. I believe Matt Nordford's on. I had a motion to add 2 different resolutions and then a motion to place those resolutions in a particular order, but I don't have an approved motion to approve the agenda as amended. So I would like to seek request from legal counsel whether we need to approve the amended agenda.
Yes. Yeah, so we do. There was a motion to approve the agenda. It was seconded and then we had discussion and we amended it. So I don't think we just need a vote.
Legal counsel, that's my understanding. We just need a vote on the amended agenda.
Yes, on the original motion.
All right. All those in favor of the amended agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? We have an agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other reports from commissioners? Hearing none, we'll close reports and move on to item number 12, which is approval of consent agenda items. We have resolutions 2021-09-149 through 2021-09-152. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Motion to approve, Griffith.
Support, Smith.
Motion by Commissioner Griffith, support by Commissioner Smith. Any discussion? Hearing none, the consent agenda requires a roll call.
Commissioner Griffith,
Yes.
Commissioner Gross,
Yes.
Commissioner Plank,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Reader,
Yes.
Commissioner Nakagiri,
Yes.
Commissioner Helserman.
Yes.
Commissioner Drick
Yes.
and Commissioner Zajac.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item number 13, we have resolutions for consideration. The first one is Resolution 2021-09-153. It's a resolution approving an appointment to the Michigan Department of Human Services Board. Is there a motion?
So moved, Rick.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Drick, support by Commissioner Plank. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Zajac.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first and just to discuss the process. This commission went through a long drawn out discussion on what our appointment process should be. We came to what I believe is a very strong and robust process that is being carried out by administration and Natalie. And has we've seen now successfully run a couple of times. This candidate was the only candidate to respond to the public notice. We've seen that happen several times, including airport board, including when we opened up the opportunity to go through the Metro Parks application process and followed the same procedure in terms of, as far as I understand, the administrator reaching out to both incumbents and then in the Metro Park situation, actually former applicants of all folks that were interested. So I'm happy to see that the process has worked, and I appreciate the comments from the public that they may like a wider pool. But we've worked hard on the process, and if that process should change in the future, then maybe we should reevaluate. But as of now, that's the process. And so those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I basically echo Commissioner Zajac, so I won't need to say anything more.
I need to plug in my computer, so if you just bear with me for just a minute. There. Any further discussion? I will chime in with the process was followed. I didn't have my fingers in the process, as one of the call the public person said. Leanne was advised by another person. I do know Leanne well. I am very impressed with her credentials. Being a nurse, having a master's degree in public health, seeking, and I think she might even, it's all pretty much just a formality before she gets her doctorate in public health. I think she will do a fine job in representing the county. She brings perspectives that perhaps are different than others, but I think having a diversity of thought is always a good thing. So anything else? All those in favor of the appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Opposed.
8-1, motion carries. Next up is a resolution approving appointments to the Livingston County Planning Commission. Is there a motion?
So move, Helserman. Support, Gross.
Motion by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Gross. Any discussion?
I'd like to say a few things here. We had 3 openings for this position. Tonight, we are only considering 2. We ran into a situation where for the planning commission seat that had a special consideration for it, we had not, council had told us that we had not followed that as well as we should. I think that we will be opening that position up. But these 2 people that are on this one, they both happen to be in my district, and I know them personally, and I can attest that they are incumbents. They were notified. They did respond, and I think both of these were appointed before. This will be their first full term, and I heartily endorsed both of them. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 2021-09-155 is the resolution authorizing the reorganization of the sheriff's office to move one full-time equivalent deputy from Jail Services Division to Field Services Division. Is there a motion?
Support Smith.
Motion by Commissioner Drick, support by Commissioner Smith. Under Sheriff Warder, you want to?
Yeah, just if you have any more questions on this, we spoke of this a couple of times in a couple of different meetings. It's just a bookkeeping thing for us, stay consistent with collective bargaining agreements. So I know it's been a long night for you, so if you have any questions, be glad to answer them.
Hauserman.
I was the one that voted against this, and I will be voting for it tonight. But let me give you some of my background and some of the reasoning, why I raised the question. My father went to the first consolidated school in Michigan, is Lincoln School. It was in 1924 or whatever. And the law for compulsory education was passed in 1925. The first day of school, they sent out the buses. And the buses would only stop at the corners. Well, my grandmother, who had sent her kids and probably herself had gone to a country school and walked a mile or more to school, said that wasn't good enough for her kids. And so she kept her kids home, legally kept her kids home. And she went right to the school board and says, if you don't pick up my kids in front of the house, they're not coming. Well, the next day, from one voice, I don't know, maybe there was 25 mothers that went and complained. But my grandmother went and complained, and she changed. They listened to public comment, kind of because they had to, because it was the first time that they had consolidated country schools. And being in education, I find that teaching teenagers that don't want to be taught is not the smartest way to do it. And, I would wish that the age would be lower, but I think that, so whenever I see the word truancy, I say, let's have some common sense about it, because education has always been important in the United States, in the colonies, because Christians wanted their children to read the Bible. And good people have always wanted education, but to force it at a certain point, in my humble opinion, is not the wisest way. And anyways, but I like the program that you have, and that was the only reason why I hadn't thoroughly looked it over and said and voted. So I voted against it, but it looks like it's a good program and is on track. So good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other discussion?
Just one.
Commissioner Smith.
Thanks for coming in and staying under Sheriff. How many openings do you currently have in the Sheriff's Department?
With the jail side and the field services side, we are about 4 down right now. Pardon me?
3 in the jail.
4 in the jail. 4 in the jail. This, actually, I'm sorry, we're 5 down, 4 in the jail, 1 on the other side we have to fill.
Any other discussion, questions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So next on the agenda is a resolution authorizing funding of COVID-19 mitigation plan specifically tailored for Livingston County. Is there a motion?
So moved, Zajac.
Support Plank.
Motion by Commissioner Zajac, support by Commissioner Plank. I think I should kick off the discussion. This resolution, I'm going to read the whereases for the public. It should go quickly. So whereas the Livingston County Board of Commissioners recently considered accepting $1.5 million in grant funds offered by the state of Michigan for COVID mitigation. And whereas acceptance of this grant would have required Livingston County to expend these funds specifically on COVID mitigation strategies deemed allowable by the state of Michigan, while also meeting the contractual terms and conditions imposed by the state of Michigan. And whereas during debate and discussions, concerns were expressed with both the allowable uses and the contractual terms and conditions imposed by the state of Michigan upon Livingston County. Thus, the Board of Commissioners voted not to accept these funds. And whereas a COVID mitigation plan supported with funds from the American Recovery Plan Act, ARPA, would eliminate the above mentioned concerns. And whereas such a plan can be tailored to meet the specific health needs of Livingston County citizens without having to comply with the objectionable terms, conditions, and allowable uses, and unallowable use constraints imposed by the state of Michigan. Therefore, be it resolved, the Livingston County Board of Commissioners hereby approves the use of ARPA funds to address the COVID-19 mitigation needs that are specific to our county. These specific needs are expanding access within Livingston County to monoclonal antibody treatments and other therapeutics. Number 2, conducting vaccinations at the Livingston County Health Department offices. Number 3, administering vaccines to the approximately 400 to 500 homebound citizens in Livingston County. Item number 4, coordinating, ordering, distributing vaccines to healthcare providers in Livingston County. Number 5 is provide education and resources for alternatives to vaccines for response to COVID-19. Number 6 is fulfilling statutory requirements contained in the Michigan Public Health Code, Act 368 of 1978. Be it further resolved, ARPA funds in the amount of whatever we decide are appropriated to the Livingston County Health Department for the purpose of addressing COVID mitigation needs through December 31st, 2021.
Could you at this point give your suggested amount?
Yes, my suggested amount would be $150,000.
Okay.
And I'll explain how I arrived at that number. Be it finally resolved that none of these funds may be used to vaccinate persons 0 to 18 years of age without the express written consent of parents or of their parent or guardian in the presence of their parent or guardian, but should have parent and guardian. To institute countywide vaccine mandates, nor could we institute countywide mask mandates, nor implement policies which are more restrictive than state policies with respect to discriminating between vaccinated and unvaccinated persons. And number 5, implement policies which are more restrictive than state policies which cause healthy students to be excluded from school and extracurricular activities. That's the reading of the resolution. In terms of the dollar figure that Commissioner Helserman asked about, we had recently turned down $1.5 million of funding from the state of Michigan. Of that funding, $917,000 was for expanded vaccinations. I'm going to call it, I will refer to it as mass vaccination clinics. In my view, that is not required. And so I subtracted 900,000 out of 1.5 million, got 600,000, which if you divide that by on a monthly basis, it's 50,000 a month. Multiply by the 3 months till the end of the year, that's $150,000. That's how I came up with that number. I do want to mention to my colleagues, and perhaps this is already clear, that both the amount, the dollar amount, and the date can be amended. And I am a big fan of doing whatever the will of the majority is. And I know there are some commissioners that would like to have a longer period of time, more funding up front. And anyway, that is possible with this resolution if it were to be amended. So with that being said, I would open it up for questions or discussion from commissioners.
I would move that the amount be changed to $500,000.
So you are amending the resolution to make the dollar
For the
amount?
amount of 150,000 to 500,000 for the 3 months cycle.
Is there support?
Support, Bruce.
So we have a motion to amend by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Groth. Any discussion? Commissioner Zajac.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd invite our administrator to address the proposed amendment of 500,000.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I just wanted to share with the board some financial facts about the COVID response. So if you go back to March of 2020 to this current month, we have averaged $383,000 a quarter on COVID response. That's $383,000 a quarter on COVID response. That money supports much of what you see in the resolution, the vaccination clinics, the staffing, the supplies, the vaccinations for homebound. It also supports case investigation, which is a requirement of the health department that they have to do. The bulk of the staff is there. And so that's an average quarter. I want to stress that that includes all the months before the vaccine was available. So there weren't vaccination clinics at that time. So if you would just narrow that down a little bit, it would actually be a little bit more than 383 a quarter. And the reason I want to point that out is that it ebbs and flows with case counts. If you go back to last summer when case counts plummeted, I think we had a quarter at maybe 126,000, really low. We have very high case counts now. And I don't want to debate any of that. I just want to let you know we have very high case counts now. So we are not entering into an average quarter at all in terms of what case counts are and what work is required. And so I just wanted to point that out. I also wanted to share that the deadline of December 31st, while better than nothing, makes it really difficult for us to fill the vacancies in our COVID response team. We have, and Diane might need to correct me, I think we have 5 active vacancies among the authorized positions that you created last year. And if we can only offer funding for 3 months, that's going to be really challenging to get people to commit to being available to work for us. So I just wanted to point that out. We would prefer to see a longer duration of time. 150,000 for the quarter is not going to get us close to what an average quarter would be. And so likely we will be shedding staff and I'm concerned we may not be able to fulfill our statutory obligations that we have to do in a pandemic response. So I appreciate the chance to point that out. Commissioner Zajac, thank you for calling on me. I did want to share those numbers with the board. And if I can answer questions, I will. I think Diane's with us also if there's questions, but I did just want to let you know what our average has been as you make the decision on what you're comfortable with.
Thank you, Administrator Byrd.
I have a question if I could.
Oh, sure.
The reason why I wanted a 3-month duration was so that we could have the broader discussion for this in our budget process.
Mhm.
I am not, I didn't favor it because I thought that this would be the end. You know, and I don't think any of us think that this is the end of, you know, the end of our consideration, and it shouldn't be taken that way. And that was the only reason why I favored a 3-month approach as opposed to a full. In my mind, our funding of this separately without the state's help is a new step for us. And to make the whole step right now and commit ourselves to a whole year, it doesn't give us flexibility. That's, you know, on one hand, it gives stability, but it doesn't give us flexibility and we may choose to do it for the whole year of 22. So because, you know, the grant that we had was on the state budget year, and we operate on December to, you know, January to December budget. And so that's basically the only reason. And you know, Commissioner Smith's amount was 200,000, which that's the reason I picked 2 million. And that's the reason I picked 500,000, that's the quarter of it, if my math is correct. So it's the same intended amount as Commissioner Smith's resolution. It just has the possibility of going to December of 2022 as opposed to ending in September of 2022. That was the reason why I made this amendment, because in my mind, the amount is the most important part of this. And maybe another question, this being is still grant funding, and the positions that we approved are there as long as there's grant funding. Is that the right understanding?
The positions in the resolution that was approved last year, and I'm glad you brought that up. That's actually a very pertinent point. It was August 10th of 2020. The board approved a number of positions, grant funded positions, and what it says is that it specifies MDHHS has received federal funding. It's important to note this is federal funding that goes through the state. It's not state funding to provide local health departments with capacity for testing, tracing, case investigations, infection prevention, enforcement to control the future spread of the disease. It then lists last year's contract details as far as the amounts. And what it says is that, therefore be it resolved, Livingston County Board of Commissioners hereby authorizes acceptance of funding in the amount of, at the time, $702,000 as a pass-through agency for federal funding through September 31st, 2021. And so it says response and support. And once the funding from the grant is no longer available, the positions will be eliminated. This is why I've been imploring the board that this grant is done. We didn't renew it. So Thursday, it's over. So I would really strongly advise the board that if your intent with either resolution or any future resolution is to allow us to keep these positions, it needs to be tied to whatever funding source you're approving, whether that's ARPA or something else. And so I had talked to Commissioner Smith about that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But excuse me, but in that, you know, we're talking, the one that we turned down was not an extension of a grant. It was a new grant. So if you read that, that was only for that grant, no matter what we did, we would have to reauthorize those positions. But if we fund the positions with other grant money, does it necessarily have to be, you know, because the idea is it's grant money. It's not, do we need to reauthorize it? And was it only for that particular grant? I think you could read it that way, but we wouldn't have reauthorized that had we accepted the other grant, which was a different grant.
Well, we were viewing it as a continuation.
Yes.
It had some different language. There's no doubt about that, but our intent was to use that money to continue funding these positions. So in effect, that would have been the outcome. The thing that concerns me about this is that it very clearly specifies that this ends on September 30th, 2021. The continuation would have started October 1st, 2021. Since we're cutting ourselves off from NVHHS agreement, we can do what we want, but if, again, what I want to be clear about is that if the board's intent is to allow us to keep these positions, whatever resolution gets voted on, it should probably specify that. And so Commissioner Smith shared his amendment late last week. There's a highlighted or a bolded part. I'm sorry, Betsy has my copy. It's okay. There's a bolded part on the second page that references that resolution and makes it clear that those positions will be authorized for ARPA funding. And thank you. The reason that we put that in was just for clarity. The last thing that we want is to get funding and then not know if we're allowed to keep positions or not, because the intent of the funding for us is to have the people to do the work. And so if Chairman Nakagiri's resolution moves forward, I would ask that there be clarity that we know that we can use that money, whatever it ends up being, to fund the positions. If Commissioner Smith's moves forward, I think this language satisfies it. But yeah, that's why this has been such an urgent matter for us, is because September 30th is Thursday. And the way we were reading it, those positions aren't authorized past Thursday.
Because if this one goes forward and passes, after we get done with this amendment, I would again move that language into this particular one.
Yep.
You know, in my mind, it's only a question, do we want to do a quarter of it now and put the rest in the budget? To me, this vote is as simple as that. Or do we want to have a September to September obligation as opposed to a September, that's.
And again,
in my mind, it's.
Yeah.
That's.
And again, the only thing that I'll say, and I appreciate the chance to speak about this board, the budget's going to be passed hopefully on December 13th. And my feeling is if this is a 1 quarter fix, we're going to have more than 5 vacancies between now and December 13th. And we're probably going to have more vacancies by the time we get to December 13th. I wouldn't have accepted the job if you told me my funding was assured for 3 months. And it's hard to ask people who are in such a high demand area right now to say, hey, come work with us, be available when we need you. You're on call basically when we need you, but to not know if we have funding in place. And honestly, with the last 2 months and the debate that's gone back and forth, I don't know that people would feel comfortable saying, we're good, don't worry about it. Funding will be there. Like we're having a serious debate right now, and it does have serious ramifications. And so if the board chooses to do it for 3 months, we'll do the best we can with it. But, and again, this is speculating. I just have high concerns about our ability to attract people into our vacancies if it's limited to that. And I know that when you looked at the last resolution, it was kind of uncomfortable to see September of 2022 as a deadline, because what you think is, well, we're going to be doing this next year and nobody wants to be doing this next year. But part of the reason why it's set up that way is so that there's assurance, if it does go that long, that the people working for us will have funds that long. And we do not spend the money if we don't need it. That's another thing. I mentioned to you the quarters, how they ebb and flow. It's all tied to the workload on a given week or a given day or a given month or a given quarter. And so not to jump ahead, but if you approved $1.5 million or $2 million, it does not mean that we're guaranteeing we're going to spend $1.5 million or $2 million. You're going to get regular reports from us on what we are spending. But I know it's a lot to consider, and again, we'll do our best with whatever the board's desire is. But I just think it puts us in a tough position to hire if it's cut off at the end of the year. And again, that's my opinion. I appreciate the chance to share.
And Commissioner Gross.
Nathan, you read the resolution from a year ago where we enable the health department to go out and hire folks. And did I understand you correctly to say that we still have not filled all of those positions?
Well, we have some vacancies. Some people have come and gone. I don't know if we've had vacancies the whole time. I'd have to check with Diane on that. I know we have 5 current vacancies.
And is there a strong likelihood that we'd be able to fill those vacancies in the near term?
Everything's a challenge right now in regard to hiring. My hope would be that we have everything in place to make it most likely that we could fill these positions. I don't have my finger on the day-to-day pulse of health department hiring, but I hope that we can do this. I hope that we can find people who will be willing to come in and take these positions. We may not be able to, and we're already stretched pretty thin just because of the numbers right now. But again, it's all speculation one way or another. I would hope that we could find people. I think we could fill some of them, maybe not all of them. My biggest concern right now is I just don't want there to be more vacancies because we're already struggling to keep up day to day with what they're required to do.
I would have to tell you that I think the biggest concern here is this deadline of December 31st, 2021. The health department, as Nathan just said, the employees, there's vacancies there. But I can say as an employer, it's a pretty tough position to say to somebody, we'd like you to come work for us, but we don't know after the end of the year, with 3 months away, exactly what your position is going to be. I really don't think that's a position of strength for hiring. We've heard EMS talk this evening. They are having a tough time finding employees. They are doing everything possible they can. Their employees are stretched. Their morale is down. It is certainly evident at the health department that the morale is down and they are stretched too. So I'm not in favor at all of putting a deadline of December 31st.
Other comments?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Reader.
I understand the amendment to the 500,000, but I would say if it was 500,000 per quarter, and then we made a deadline of September 31st of 2022, that would get us through everything with the stipulation that everybody that was part of the original grant still has a job. So I would ask that that language that you put in to Mr. Smith's resolution also be included as an amendment to this. So that amendments would be 500,000 per quarter through September 31st of 2021, and that it would include ARPA funds to support the continued funding of staff positions from the original resolution.
Commissioner Reader, just a point of order. What we're debating is the amendment from Commissioner Helserman to go.
I understand.
So we would need a,
But
yeah,
she
we
could
would need.
amend an amendment if she wished. You can amend an amendment. if
Yeah,
you wish.
yes, you could, yes, that is true. You could amend an amendment, so.
Are you amending it?
I am.
I will take a friendly amendment, yes.
Supporter needs a friendly amendment as well.
Because I think that this resolution is stated more simply and more straightforward.
Madam Clerk, did I
So-
second that?
As a
Okay.
friendly amendment.
Then, yeah, I'm just asking if I was the seconder on your original motion. If so, then I support the friendly amendment.
The second by Commissioner Gross.
Okay.
That was correct. So there, as I understand, there's 2 friendly amendments. One is per quarter till
Yeah.
2021.
You know, I think if, I would encourage us to vote on Commissioner Helserman's amendment. And if the sentiment is to vote it down and do Commissioner Reader's, it's just for clarity's sake. I mean, that's, if is there objection to doing it that way?
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Sure.
Just so for procedural purposes, Madam Clerk, can you help me understand this? Commissioner Helserman made a motion for 500,000 and it was supported by Commissioner Gross. Is that right?
Here, let me turn that on. 500,000 through December 31st of 2021 was the original motion by Commissioner Helserman, supported by Commissioner Gross.
Okay, and so just as a point of order, if Commissioner Helserman made a friendly amendment, and Commissioner Gross could make the same friendly support of the amendment, and we would be on track without additional votes.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you.
Because the friendly amendment is also putting this, the phraseology about continuing jobs. Yeah. per
So-
quarter, yeah.
So the, does the clerk have the wording of the,
I have, Administrator Byrd has provided the language in bold. Be it further resolved that the allocated ARPA funds may be used to support the continued funding of staff positions authorized by prior resolution 2020-08-198, as well as overtime expenses for exempt employees authorized by resolution 2020-03-079 and extended by resolution 2020-12-289, and that Board of Commissioners authorize any budget amendments necessary to effectuate the above.
thank you. Commissioner Reader, your amendment is to add that language that the clerk just.
That language plus that it be 50 or 500,000 per quarter until September 31st of 2022. Is that what you have?
Correct. I do have the 500,000 per quarter through December 31st, 2022 with the language that I just read. And I have that as a friendly amendment by Commissioner Helserman, supported by Commissioner Zajac.
I think my support is out of order. I thought I was the original supporter. Commissioner Gross would need to be supporting it in order for it to be a friendly amendment. And I would invite Mr. Nordford to correct me if I'm
Okay.
wrong.
Support, it's the same supporter as the first. This
Okay,
is-
supported
this is
by-
a friendly amendment.
Supported by Commissioner Gross.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Plank.
My question is the $500 per quarter, is that something we're going to, the intent is to release that money each quarter, 500,000 automatically to the health department? Without any other provisions or anything else? It's just an automatic dumping $500,000 into the health department's funds.
What was the intent, Administrator Byrd? Or,
I got it.
guess, Commissioner Reader, what was the intent?
The reason why I understand the psychology of the health department or of any employee. I agree with that, and that's the reason. I just think that as this situation develops, this is a developing situation. And if we just put all of our cards on the table right now, if we're not open to somehow having a change, and I'm not talking about the amount, but I understand the health department has their own direction. But what I want to make sure that the health department is doing what is legal. I can't on the state, and I don't worry so much about our health department, but say we take it to the state level though the law somehow treats the director as a dictator, there are other legal things that the director has to consider when he puts on a mandate for this or a mandate for that. It seems to me that they have to have a finding. They have to say, we're putting it on because of this, and when that condition is no longer gone, we will withdraw it.
Just a point of order, Commissioner Helserman. Commissioner Plunkett asked you, what was your intent? Was it to automatically put in 500,000?
Well, I think it needs to be, I think the answer is yes, because it has to be counted on. That's the only reason. But I would like there to have, I would like for us to have some flexibility in this, in different, if the conditions change, and maybe the conditions will get worse, but as Mr. Our administrator said, if the funds aren't needed, we won't be spending them.
Commissioner Plank, did that answer your question?
To some degree, yes. I think what's being said, and I could be way off on this, but it sounds as if we're putting together a resolution that's going to fund the health department on a quarterly basis with a $500,000 amount, whether they need it or not. And at the end of September, my guess is there might be additional funds left in there where, at that point, we have to ask ourselves, what do we do with the extra funds that are left over? If conditions change, like Commissioner Helserman had brought up, and things get worse, my assumption would be that we would either have to pay it forward, the money to get into their account to do the activities they need to do. And that funding would end sooner than September, because maybe there's more happening during the flu-like season. As we know, it usually starts in September. It starts to creep up in October, November, December, and January. And then you start to see it declining in the February, March, April timeframe. And summer, it pretty much goes away. So the funding itself is going to help out, I think, during those really active times. But maybe in the summer, there's not as much going on. So, my hope is that, COVID is going to, we're going to see the end of it soon, but, who knows, can only pray for that. But so I'm just trying to understand the $500,000. So it sounds to me as if it really is just an automatic into their account, whether they use it or not, it's still sitting in their account. And I'm not saying I'm against that, or I think it's fine to do it that way. I just wanted everyone to think about that as we're debating or discussing this issue, and that's all. So shorter answer is yes.
I see our legal counsel has his hand up.
I just want to be clear. I think Commissioner Plank heard the same date I had. I wanted to make sure I knew what the amendment, the friendly amendment, was talking about for the deadline. I heard at one point September 31st. There's only 30 days in September. I think I also heard December 31st. I just wanted to make sure that I had the correct end date for this contemplated amendment.
I wrote down when the friendly amendment was made, December 31st of 2022.
Did you say September or December?
I had December.
Oh, September.
So, September.
September is the.
If I might maybe clear it up with 2 words. If we put in there up to $500,000 per quarter.
Or not to.
So September 30th, 2022.
And the amount up to or not to exceed, whichever you want to use, 500,000 per quarter. ending September 31st. 30th.
Did
Oh,
Matt,
that's right, there aren't 31 days.
did Matt hear that?
I think I heard up to or not to exceed 500,000 per quarter.
The
Sorry.
amendment would be ARPA funds in the amount up to, or you can use the word not to exceed 500,000 per quarter up to, and I guess there's not 31 days in September, there's 30. So it would expire on that date, September
It would
30,
never expire.
2022. Was that clear, Matt?
Yes, and there's no legal issue at all presented by that. And if that is the intent of the mover of the amendment, that is fine.
Yes.
So what words do you want to use?
Hmm?
What words do you want to use?
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed, okay.
Not to exceed.
Commissioner Gross.
Just a question, attempted clarification here. We're talking about utilization of ARPA funds. And we can allocate some of that for the remaining quarter of this year. But I would suggest that the remaining $1.5 million of ARPA funds be folded into the health department's budget. So that they would have the full amount for the year, and we're going to be getting reports on how they're spending.
Is that another amendment?
I'm thinking out loud. I'm sorry.
Just a point of clarification, maybe from the administrator, wouldn't that effectively occur if we said for, at the end of this fiscal year, you have 500,000 per month or per quarter, won't that naturally be? in the
Yeah,
budget?
so I have to give a budget recommendation on October 20th, and if you've passed this tonight or anytime between now and then, that would be part of my budget recommendation because it's already been approved. And then you would, of course, have your own level 4 and level 5 of the budget where you can talk about it more if you want. I also just want to point out that we've received half of our ARPA funds, not the whole thing. The rest is supposed to come between now and the end of the year. It's in a special revenue fund. And so the health department would be authorized to draw from that fund to pay their expenses. They'd be required to track that month to month to make sure that they know what their cap is. And that's how that would work. So they're not just going to be handed $500,000 a quarter. They're going to take from that revenue fund as their expenses come due. And so that would all be tracked, and we could certainly provide any reports on the ARPA fund that the board would like to see to monitor that as we move forward. And lastly, sorry, I do want to be clear that, and Chairman Nakagiri's resolution spells it out pretty well about as far as contractual concerns being eliminated. That is very true. We don't have to enter into any sort of contract with anybody for these funds. We do have to report on our uses though, quarterly. And so we will have to send a report. My sense of it is that this is all clearly eligible. It's on the right at the front of the guidance. And so I don't foresee any trouble, but we do have to let the feds know what we've spent the money on, whether it's COVID or broadband or water and sewer, we have to report back to them. So that's something else we'll be doing, which is required for the funds.
Does the ARPA Fund 286 need to be referenced in any amendment that we pass?
Cindy, if you're out there, should that fund be referenced? It is not currently in the chairman's resolution.
Yes, if the intent is to use ARPA funds, it does need to be referenced.
There's a whereas that says that supported with funds from the American Recovery Plan Act, ARPA.
And I think what Cindy's saying is that it would be helpful to specify that that's Fund 286 for us. That gives a exact specific account that is where our funding is directed. So that's the fund that the expenses will be paid from. Sorry to have another amendment.
So can that be added as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's
Cindy?
Yes.
Cindy, I'm looking at the be it further resolved, ARPA funds, and you just want it to read ARPA funds, account 268?
That the board authorizes the use of ARPA funds for this project. Yes,
It's in
fund.
here.
Yes.
ARPA funds in the amount of not to exceed 500,000 per quarter are appropriated to the Livingston County Health Department for the purposes of addressing specific COVID mitigation needs listed above through September 30th, 2022. And then there will also be another, be it further resolved, paragraph added with this bolded language immediately following that, before the be it finally resolved.
Other, oh, go ahead, Cindy.
I was just going to say, I don't have the resolution. I haven't seen it, but that does sound correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Gross.
I'd just like to share a little tidbit of information with my fellow commissioners. Last Friday morning, there were 56 cases amongst children reported. And all of those cases require case investigation, which is what the health department does. So I think it's imperative that we follow through on this and provide the funding to the health department, because I think we're definitely in an uptick, an upsurge, whatever you want to call it, and they're going to need this money. Thank you.
Any other comments?
For clarity.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, just for clarity, could someone rephrase this in 2 paragraphs to make sure that if this gets to a vote, that we know what we're voting on?
You mean the amendment?
The amendment.
Friendly amendments.
Okay, there was no amount. He put 150,000. I moved that we do that, $500,000, and the friendly amendment was per quarter, not to exceed that per quarter. And that we also include the language that keeps the jobs from yours. That was, that being very important. And then there's also the technical, the technical thing about the funding, the wording about the funding. So there's 3 aspects of it.
But this is to go to 9/30/22.
Yes.
On a quarterly.
9/30/22. Yes, that was.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to read it back again for clarity if that is what the will of the commissioners is.
Yeah, I think there's, it would be good to.
Okay, so be it further resolved, ARPA funds in the amount of not to exceed $500,000 per quarter are appropriated to the Livingston County Health Department for the purpose of addressing the specific COVID mitigation needs listed above through September 30th, 2022. Be it further resolved that the allocated ARPA funds may be used to support the continued funding of staff positions authorized by prior resolution 2020-08-198, as well as overtime expenses for exempt employees authorized by resolution 2020-03-079 and extended by resolution 2020-12-289, and that Board of Commissioners authorize any budget amendments necessary to effectuate the above.
And then the other.
And then the final, be it finally resolved as existed as originally presented from Commissioner Nakagiri.
About the fund that Cindy said.
So
she-
that's
Cin-
that's
Go
in
ahead.
your very first, therefore be it further resolved. If you can just say ARPA funds and then just put fund 286.
It's added.
Do we need a start date on this? Or is that already in there?
No, it does not need a start date.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? I'm going to chime in, but I want to make sure everybody else is. So with regards to the amendment, will be voting against the amendment. I am a little bit puzzled with that we initially were thinking about $1.5 million, accepting the grant funds from the state of Michigan. And as stated in the grant, $917,000 was for these mass vaccination clinics. And we're essentially not going to do those that we're not going to be going out to the schools. We're not going to be, conducting vaccination clinics. So anyway, it's, I think the amount is too high. I do agree with the rationale that it would be better in terms of hiring people to, have instead of expiring on December 31st, instead of the resolution expiring December 31st to extend it out. I will concede that point. That's an improvement to the resolution. I think that the last comments I'll make is I am thankful if the whether the resolution is amended or not, that we have given specific direction, and the health officer agrees with the expanding the access of monoclonal antibody treatments, something that wasn't available as an allowable expense in the grant language. I am thankful that we're limiting the ability to do vaccinations just to the county health department, that we're not going to be going out to schools. Anyway, that's all I had. Any other comments before we vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 7-2. So we have an amended resolution. Any discussion on any further discussion before we vote on the Commissioner's Ajax?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleagues going through that process. That for those who are staying up for the 5th or 6th meeting late at night, was government at work, and that was, I would say, job well done. I do, and then this would be my dad or my mom telling me, you always have to have the last word on an issue, and I guess I'm an attorney, so that's what comes with the territory, Commissioner Drick, right? So I do have to say that I'm very supportive of the resolution sections that put restrictions. I frankly, I believe all of those restrictions existed in our prior resolution. I know there was confusion by many, whether it be public or perhaps otherwise, with regards to the contractual terms. I still stand by my position that we've screwed this one up. I do believe we had complete ability to walk away if issues were to pop up underneath that contract. And I do believe all of these restrictions that are very nicely organized here in this resolution existed. I point specifically to the resolution sections about restricting vaccinations of 0 to 18, restricting mandates, restricting policies that are more restrictive than the state, and restricting policies in both with regard to unvaccinated versus vaccinated, as well as the policies that are excluding from school and from extracurricular activities. So I do maintain that. I also think that this ARPA funding, we met in a strategic plan, and we talked about how we wanted to be proud of our use of the ARPA funding. I don't feel good about it in this regard. I do appreciate that it is an attempt to get funding for the health department passed. I don't know if anyone would disagree, but I was a vehement supporter of the 1.5 million for reasons I've enumerated. That being said, I don't like the idea of supporting this resolution with ARPA funds, and I would make an amendment, a proposed amendment to replace ARPA funds with general funds and select the appropriate account that Ms. Katnack may suggest.
So there's a motion to amend to use general funds rather than ARPA funds. Is there?
In the motion, we just voted 7-2 on.
Yeah.
We haven't go down to Marty's yet.
No, correct. So in Commissioner Nakagiri's motion that was amended just now 7-2, my proposed amendment is to replace all references to ARPA with general funds.
Is there support? Is there any support? Motion to amend fails. Any further discussion on the amended motion before we take a vote? All those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
6-3. Motion passes.
So we needed 6 votes on that one because we added.
You only needed 5. You needed 6 to get it on the agenda.
Okay.
So we're done with the, well, we still have Marty's. I guess is that a moot point now?
I withdraw my motion.
Save us a little time there. Thank you, Commissioner. So now we move on to our second and final call to public. Anybody in the room wishing to address the board? Seeing none. Anybody on Zoom? 1 second here. Read. Farrell. If you state your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Stacy Farrell, Osceola Township. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm glad that the health department is going to get the funding that they deserve. I think moving forward, I mean, Commissioner Zajac wasn't wrong that this was a screw up of epic proportions. To consider like reverse engineering the funds and take out 900,000, that's like you're not reverse engineering a birdhouse, for crying out loud. I mean, this is, health department funding to go after monoclonal antibodies. You're basically just encouraging people to go out and get infected. Mitigation should include, in my opinion, masks and vaccinations and all of that. But the thing that's most important to me right now, and I know that I have been a huge supporter every meeting of the health department, is think of yourselves as employers and what you're doing to your employees. This has to have been the most demoralizing last couple of months for those employees that are on the front lines, taking care of people in this community. And I'm pretty sure that none of the people that call and none of the people that are in that room are the ones that utilize the health department. I'm just disgusted and so hurt that that's how you treat people that work for you and work with you and work on behalf of you. You owe them better than this whole situation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, I'm going to say Patricia L.
It's safer that way. Patricia Lazushenkoff, Green Oak Township. Thanks for letting everyone speak. I wasn't able to come earlier in the meeting. However, I am up to date with everything that has been going on. I just want to say thank you to those who proposed and supported the amendment for the 500,000. I think that based off of what we heard today, that is needed by the health department, and I am in support of using those funds. I'm glad that that passed. I would just urge the committee for future positions that are being filled, future things that are done with the health department to continue looking at the evidence that is presented, the facts that are presented, and also the CVs, both socially and academically of those that you take onto your positions and your boards. Those who work in a health department should actually be following the facts of the current health department. And if they are not, and they are going to be representing Livingston County, and that says a lot about what Livingston County stands for and what we believe. And I do think that despite the mess up that happened, causing there only to be one person in consideration, I think there should be more time spent on eliciting people to go for board positions, committee positions that represent a variety of thought, as long as that thought is based inherently in fact and not just opinion. Thank you guys and have a good night.
Thank you. Yvonne Black, if you'd state your full name and your city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yvonne Black, Marion Township. And I guess everyone's facts are different, because my fact is that I cannot get treatment for COVID unless I'm from my healthcare provider, unless I'm actually dying. And so this is actually inflating hospital numbers. It's inflating death numbers. It's causing people to die because we know that there are known treatments, but your healthcare provider is banned by the governor for providing actual health care. So the fact is masks don't work. The fact is contact tracing is a violation of my right to privacy. The fact is testing children without parent consent and oversight is a medical procedure, and the health department shouldn't be allowed to be testing children without the consent in the presence of parents no more than they should give vaccines. I'm happy about the resolution. I'm not happy about the money, because I don't think that this COVID fabrication of COVID, because there are definitely ways to control COVID outside of violating people's rights to privacy. I'm very disappointed that the Livingston County Board of Commissioners would continue to think that it's okay. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution, but none of you are upholding the Constitution and protecting our right to liberty and justice for all. So it's very, very disappointing that a government body continues to perpetuate violation of people's rights.
Thank you. Marion Township, if you give your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sherry Valdez, Marion Township. I just have to say that I'm happy that you're funding the health department. I'm appalled that you turned down $1.5 million from the state to fund that, and instead you're going after the other funding. That was so irresponsible. I just can't even imagine. From the health department, just gravel to you to get his department funded. The irresponsibility of this Board of Commissioners is it's unconscionable. I really, there's, I can't even wrap my head around where you people are coming from. Nothing about it seems normal in any way, shape, or form. And those people who think their liberties are being stepped on, I don't know how they are. No children are being forced to be vaccinated against. I just think this is like a circus. It really is. And I feel like I'm in the middle of a clown show watching this all go down. This is supposed to be a wealthy, educated community. And for the life of me, I can't even imagine what's happened to it. I've lived in this community for 35 years, and this is just, it's turned into a freak show. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We'll move over to Jane Suarez forward. She's got her hand waving at us, or has had for a little bit here. Go ahead.
My name is Jane Suarez Forward from Brighton Township. I was listening to, I tuned in like for the EMS presentation, the budget. That's very important to senior citizens. Like last year, I had to call the EMTs on my husband, and they had to take him to the hospital. I appreciate Commissioner Griffith's remarks standing up for seniors. This is really important to all the seniors, and a lot of the people that speak, they're talking about younger people in the community, and I appreciate those remarks as well. But I always talk about seniors, but you got to do something about that EMS department. If that's under what I think I wrote the words down: overworked, underpaid, and understaffed. That has to be fixed. And if you got to put a bond out there, so be it. But that's important. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about was my commissioner is Mr. Commissioner Smith. That was amazing how he pulled that his proposal out at the last second at the last board meeting. I like people like that. They think out of the box. They're problem solvers. They're doers. He sparked something new, and that in turn he must have been working behind the scenes with our chairman to do something different. I mean, this board was going around in circles, and the community, all these folks on Zoom and everything, just spinning their wheels, but nothing getting done. So I appreciate him doing something and thinking differently about how we're going to go at it. And I appreciate Commissioner Reeder's remarks about how she was going to work for the, I mean, that was it. That was the two that sit next to each other with the 500,000. That's exactly what I was thinking, but you solved it in the end. Very nice. That's what I would have done. So I'm glad you came to some kind of something in the end here for people. Like, I'm going to go get my booster shot mid-October over at the health department. And the last thing you want to do is let people get demoralized, because they will. I'm going to tell you, I've been through an organization that this has happened to. It's not a good thing. So I'm just saying, you got this solved. You better work on the EMTs, the EMS department, because they will, we're going to have nobody working there. I appreciate what you've done, but let's not let this happen with another department. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Justin Braska, you state your full name and city or township. You have 3 minutes.
Justin Braska, Handy Township. I just wanted to again thank the commissioners. Appreciate everything that you do. I think that it was appropriate amount of time and amount of discussion that we all had on the last topic with those funds. It was a heated debate, and you guys really did hear everybody out. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate you. You are making plans to try to fix things. So I don't understand where a lot of this anger is coming from. Hopefully as a community, people can kind of get past that and see that you guys are trying to do well and trying to do great things for our county. Again, appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya's iPhone. Tanya, if you give us your full name and city or township, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Tanya DeFever, a 52-year resident of Livingston County in Handy Township. I do thank you. I know your job is so hard and challenging. I am deeply, deeply confused and disappointed that the original money wasn't taken. I just don't understand at all how this is happening or why we're using different money. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. I felt like tonight you guys got information from the health department that you did not know. And I don't understand that. It's been weeks. We all knew that the health department is underfunded. I am not clear how you guys could not know that. So thank you for staying and figuring it out. But I feel like it could have been figured out weeks ago. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Casey Helton, if you give us your full name and city or township, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, my name is Casey Helton. I live in Marion Township. I too have been a resident of Marion Township for the past 3 decades. And I can explain, and I will tell the board, Mr. Nakagiri, why we are upset since somebody wondered about it. The reason why we're upset is because the state was offering this $1.5 million in funding that you, Mr. Nakagiri, you voted in favor of the last time around. But all of a sudden, this masking issue and the anti-vax issue has become a political football, and suddenly you flip. So that's one reason why we're mad, because you are flipping with the political win, okay? You see a political opportunity in this money, and you have seized on it, and you have advocated for all of these people who have come to these meetings. You have rounded them up, okay? That is something that we are all aware of, and I want everyone else to know about it too. You turned on this funding, and not only that, the other reason why we're mad is because you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. This is money that is going to the health department now, these ARPA funds, but now we are not going to get broadband. All of these parents whose kids do remote learning and don't have access to those funds, that don't have good internet access, will not be getting expanded broadband in their community because you have made this ridiculous decision. And we are outraged, okay? And we are paying attention. What about infrastructure? You just had your drain commissioner on give a report about the needs for infrastructure improvements. The ARPA funds were supposed to maybe go to that, maybe go to infrastructure. You have now spent it on the health department because of a political stunt to turn down this money. We will not forget it. It is not a fix. It's ridiculous. It's an excuse. And let me just tell you what, we're going to be there next November and we're coming for y'all. Okay? So just know that. Have a good night.
Thank you. Jessica Hamlin, if you give us your full name and city or township, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Jessica Hamlin, Osceola Township. Just want to clear a couple things up that there was no politics that rounded any of us parents and community members up. Not one commissioner reached out to me personally to round me up. You know what rounded me up is the fact that the children are the ones that are getting all the mitigations placed on them. That's what rounded it up. Look around the country. This is happening all over the place. You hear about mama bears and the parents, you know, the revolution of the parents coming to school board meetings and commissioners meetings. This is not from a political play from one of the commissioners. This is the fact that our kids were targeted from this pandemic, unrightfully so, and we weren't going to stand for it. So I want to thank you guys for everything you did the past few weeks, and just know that that is untrue, that this was not some type of rounding up for a political move or activating us as a community. No, what activated us is the fact that unconstitutional mandates were placed on our children, and it was abusive to them, and it still will be abusive to them if we weren't standing up. So thank you very much. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you. Katie Deck, if you'd state your full name and city or township, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Katie Deck from Howell. I just want to say I am grateful that you guys finally figured this out and are funding the health department, even though I'm sure you're aware that it's not the way that I would have liked it to have happened. I also just want to say I'm thankful that I believe throughout this meeting that none of you commissioners up there spread any misinformation, at least that I heard. So I'm happy about that. I'll say again, no one is going into schools and vaccinating children or swabbing children without parental consent. That's not happening. It wouldn't happen. So I don't know why we're trying to take away opportunities or places for parents to get their children vaccinated that want to. That seems a little ridiculous to me. No one's targeting children. The coronavirus has targeted everybody, the whole world. It's not just the United States. It's not just Michigan. It's not just Livingston County. Like, it's the whole world. So, Livingston County aren't the only ones that people think that we should mask our children in school. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for finally figuring out how we can fund our health department. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, if you state your full name and city or township, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Jennifer Cross, Howell Township. Thank you, commissioners, for coming to some sort of a sense of reality here tonight, because the reality of the matter is we are in a pandemic. COVID is real. I've said it a million times, no matter how many times other people want to say it. The facts and the data and the science are there. And Mr. Nakagiri, Commissioner Nakagiri, I know that you believe in COVID. I know you do, because you wouldn't have been advocating all over this county for vaccines for your residents earlier this year. I believe that you threw a stake to the 30% of people, a piece of red meat to the 30% of people in this county that are the loudest. And that is my opinion, but I have been watching you, Commissioner, and I do not believe that you don't believe that COVID is real. So it is time to stand up and speak the truth. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the call to public and ask for a motion to adjourn.
So move, Helserman.
Motion by Commissioner Helserman, support by Commissioner Griffith. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.